Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Tuesday morning, evening, afternoon, depending on where you are. Actually, I don't know if it'd be Tuesday morning anywhere right now. Okay, so Tuesday afternoon, evening, depending on where you are. Welcome. It's been an interesting few days in the news. Lots going on, as there always is. Kind of distracted by, the hurricane that's about to snip the tip of the United States. Shouldn't joke about that sort of thing. It's really bad. If you guys want, we can get a little bit into that at the end after I've gone over like all of the news of the day. Because that's where I kind of get into my geek out mode, talking about natural disasters and, because like today on the Majority Report, Emma didn't know what MB was. That's millibars. And there's a reason why the weather guy was tearing up when he found out how low it dropped. It's, I could explain that to you if you want at the end of this. So far in the chat, we have John Martinez, Looney Tunes 9000, Late Heat Badass, and Hermit Horologist. Welcome everyone to the Sandbox. I gotta get out of the habit of accidentally calling it the chat because it's the Sandbox. But yeah, I have a fair bit of news to go over today, as always. Always thinking, in Canada, there's never going to be that much. There's a lot. And some of it is just, following up on things that I've already covered, because there are some articles and stuff where I'm like, okay, well, I've already covered that. And so it's more like there's been updates or more information to an old story that I once did. So it's important to, update people on that. But then, it is a little Ontario-centric, some of the stories, because I'm in Ontario. Also, this is where half the population of the country is, so Ontario is more important than the rest of the provinces. Yeah, I'm also working on a few other little side things. I'm hoping to get a special guest on in the near future. And it's like he said yes, but there's saying yes, and there's scheduling a time. Those are two different things, so hopefully we'll get that sorted out because I'm looking really forward to having him on the show. And also I'm thinking of doing something like last year I did something fun for Halloween. I want to do something fun again this year. I'm going to dress up like a vampire, most likely, because that's what I always do on Halloween. It's my excuse to come out as my true self, a vampire. And I want to see if I can get something together by then as like a special little Halloween treat, trick or treat, Halloween treat. Yeah. So, let's see. Yeah, I've been getting some interesting comments too on my videos. Not that I don't see too many of them. Well, actually, one was responding to a tweet that somebody had tweeted out about me. And it's like, people just don't care about the context. They don't care to read into it. They don't care to actually watch the full video, find out what your full opinion is, because sometimes they'll just hear me say something like, you should go out and vote for the lesser evil, without actually listening to why I said that. And yes, you should go out and vote for the lesser evil. And I have some pretty concrete reasons as to why. But I try not to let that let me down, because there's still so much to go over and fill people in on and all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to see how people are doing in the Sandbox. Yeah, weather NB Sandy, yes, says Lady Badass. Yeah, I've just seen some of these channels on here with like these guys that are just kind of laid back, chilled out, watching a screen of like the pixelated, color-coded hurricane, talking about it, not really giving any new information or anything, just talking about it, and they get like hundreds of thousands of views, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Well, I'm not being a white male. That has a lot to do with it and popularity on YouTube, I know. Um, but it's just, I find it fascinating sometimes. You just come across these channels that you didn't know exist, and they seem to be on such random topics. But then you see they have like a million subscribers, and it's like they're making a living off of just watching a screen of a pixelated color-coded hurricane. And people are like sending them the super chats and everything. And it's like, I get they know a little bit about weather. I don't deny that, but really? Really? Uh, so there's that. But yeah, we can talk a bit about the hurricane at the end of this, depending on time and all that sort of stuff, because I do have a lot of Canadian news to get to. Lady Badash, if you ask Quebec, they think they're the most important. Yes, they do. They have their own laws, pretty much. Didn't even bother to sign on to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, even though they still have to abide by it. Anyway. Ranty, rant. And I'm also a little distracted because, again, as some of you know, good news, my housing situation has been settled and I'm in a stable place right now. And this was like years in the working and stuff. And I'm super excited about it. But now I'm like, okay, so I need new shelves. I need to get rid of this. I need to actually like settle in. And part of me, I have to hold back this urge, just like, I want to go and binge spend to get everything I need and like do this cleaning like right now and get everything done right now. And it's like, wait a sec. What's the rush? It's not like I'm going anywhere. So, um, like I think just part of it is, the last place I lived, it was the longest I had ever lived in one location. It was the first and only place that really felt like a home to me. Like I just wanted at times to just be home, go home, and it had that feeling of like this is what a home should be. And living here, I was always reluctant to feel that because I didn't know how stable the housing situation was and stuff. And now that it's stable and this is my home, and I'm not going to be moving, barring win the lottery or something, you know, um, on that level, there's a word, winning the lottery or equivalent. Yeah. Winning the lottery or something equivalent to that level. Um, this is it. So, and I do like the place, luckily. So, like, part of me just wants to hurry up and make up for all the lost time I've already been here and settle in, um, so that this can actually start feeling like a home because it doesn't feel like a home yet. So I gotta work on that. Uh, but yeah, I have to hold myself back because also there's a couple like bookshelves I want to match the ones that I already have, like the cheap dirt crap quality ones from Walmart, but whatever. And of course, like it's back to school still, sort of, like all the university students and the dorms and all that. So there's like none of these shelves around at Walmart. And I tried looking them up on Amazon. They don't exist on Amazon, so I have to wait till they're available because I can get them in a different color, but then that would just drive me insane if they come in a different color. So I have to wait until those are in, but there's something I want to get rid of in the meantime to make up more room. And yeah, a lot on my brain, a lot on my brain. And I'm still looking into trying to publish my first book and struggling. I'm struggling so much with it. Um, there's a website online that you can self-publish through that I've been trying to follow the steps and whatnot. But even on templating my book, I've hit snags and I'm like, I don't know how to do this. And I have like a hard time just reading things online and making it work. Like I need someone I can talk to and ask questions or somebody that I can just bounce things off of and stuff. because I tend to skip things or take them too literal or do exactly what it says, exactly when it says it, as opposed to reading ahead and realize, oh, you only do that thing that I just told you to do if. It's like, why can't you put that in the reverse order? Um, I've been able to crash programs people have thought were uncrashable. I just have that luck. But why don't we actually get into it? There is, like I said, a fair bit to go over and start with, well, first I'm going to check the Sandbox one more time, and then we'll get into the anniversary of October 7th here in Canada and how politicians reacted to it. Lady Badash is saying the bomb struck Damascus, Syria. Hello, Bad Lefty. Hello, Soul Life. Yeah, I don't know what's happening over there right now. It's just all heartbreaking. Soul Life, I leave engagement comments when I tee a video on my recommended. Well, I just realized there's a setting that I can do to find out if somebody gave me a super thanks. And I can just read those ones. And I'm like, why didn't I know about this? Because there's somebody that gave me like a $2 super thanks a year ago that I never thanked for it. So now that I know that feature, because somebody recently gave me a $20 super thanks. And so that's just a comment under a YouTube video, kind of like super chat here. It's like a super thanks, like a super comment where they just give you money there instead of like a super chat. So that was super nice of the person. Super, lots of supers in that phrase that I just said. Con Artist Hill, unaligned. Just, I don't know the context of what you mean by that. But welcome to the Sandbox. I don't think I've seen you before. John Martinez, I understand. I'm a go-getter who has to remind myself to slow down. I can understand. It's a huge relief. Yeah. It's, I want to do it all now, get it all done and set. Well, also, I do need to tidy up the place because, you know, the semi-annual, making sure the water heater isn't going to burst or something. People I don't know come into my place. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, well. Okay, so yes, yesterday was October 7th, and there were global protests, march in solidarity with Palestinians, which really upset some people. And just, you know, looking at the different ways the media approached it and politicians approached it, and also, you know, just some really nice pictures of some really strong protests. So let's get a little into it, shall we? So from CTV News, I need to stop saying so much, don't I? I keep on doing that. It's one of those verbal tics I'm trying to get rid of. From CTV News, pro-Palestinian march held in Ottawa amid global day of protests. And let's listen. I think this was a video I wanted to listen to, so. Oops.
Thousands of demonstrators.
Oh, that is
this
quiet.
was the scene earlier today as thousands of demonstrators marched through the city's downtown core in solidarity with Palestinian and Lebanese people. This is the one-year anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attack on Israeli civilians is just days away. Good evening and thank you for joining us. We begin tonight with that massive demonstration here in the nation's capital. CTV's Kimberly Johnson was out talking to protesters today. She joins us live from just outside Parliament Hill. Kimberly.
Yeah, I'm here on Wellington, where just moments ago, Austin, there were pro-Palestinian protesters blocking off the street. Now, police have opened that back up. You can see that traffic is moving again, and things were calm when we were here and the protesters were here. It's part of a wider demonstration that took place earlier today, started hours ago, and moved from Parliament Hill.
Don't know if you guys saw that, but let's see. Here, you have somebody in the background right there with an F. Trudeau flag as a cape. And yet the conservatives and the right wing will always be like, oh, it's the left that are being mean and using inappropriate language and name calling. I've never seen an F. Pierre flag.
Hours ago and moved from Parliament Hill to the Byward Market and then back here again.
In our millions, in our billions, we are all Palestinian.
Thousands descending on Parliament Hill for an international day of protest.
We are here to do it. We're going to keep doing it. We'll never be silent till the war.
That's why it was so quiet. It was muted on this side. Okay. I tried turning it up. Do you guys need me to start that over? Bad Lefty was just saying if you could turn up the volume a little. I was wondering why it was so quiet. I had popped up that volume before, but it went back down. Okay.
Finish and Palestine will be free.
Noura Akel is one of the pro-Palestinian protesters who have descended for the International Day of Action, marching in solidarity to demand the Canadian government place an arms embargo on Israel and call for sanctions against the country.
We love to have a peace. Too bad the Canadian government takes side with Israel full, and this is unacceptable what they are doing.
The protest comes ahead of the anniversary of the start of the Israel-Hamas war. On October 7th, Hamas launched an attack on Israel, which killed an estimated 1,200 people and hundreds taken hostage. More recently, Israel has come under further attack from Iran. Since then, more than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, and the war has expanded into a wider conflict into Lebanon. Protesters calling for an end to the violence.
We can't just stand by and say, oh, well, here's another one. It's terrible, and we can do something. Protests, if they're powerful and worldwide enough, can make a difference, and that's why I'm here.
This is one of dozens of protests taking place across the world on Saturday and Sunday, including London and Toronto.
This is a human cause, and it's across religion, across nationality, across borders. So I'm here against any violation of human rights.
Laura El Houri has been participating in these protests for the last year. She says the diverse crowd is good, but she would like to see more.
I think more people will be joining now. It's been 12 months that the world is silent, watching the governments doing nothing.
We've reached out today to the Jewish community for reaction on these protests. Today is a holiday, Rosh Hashanah, and they told us they will be speaking to us later today. Austin?
Okay, Sitvis.
I don't know if there was much I wanted to go over in this actual article. Let's just scan through it. Demonstrators converged on downtown Ottawa Saturday afternoon as part of the Global Day of Action to protest Israel's military actions in the Middle East. The rally was organized as part of the Palestinian Youth Movement's International Day of Action for Palestine, and it began on Parliament Hill at 2 p.m. and continued into the afternoon while marchers walking down Rideau Street towards the Byward Market. Okay, let's see. In a social media post on Wednesday, the Ottawa Police Services said it is increasing its presence and patrols around Jewish and Islamic places of worship as well as community centers. Why? Why are you doing that? People are protesting a genocide. They're not a threat. We recognize that next week, October 7th, marks the beginning of hostilities. We are closely monitoring the situation and assessing any potential impacts on our local community, Ottawa Police said. Our priority is the safety and security of all community members, and we remain committed to fostering a peaceful and supportive environment during this time. We know this part here. And so I also just came across some tweets with some nice video in it of showing the lovely protesters here. Making sure. So this is from U of T Occupy, so that's the University of Toronto, Occupy for Palestine. Yesterday we were joined by students from all over the province to demand an end to Ontario University's complicity in genocide. There will be no more tuition for destruction on our watch.
Tuition for destruction! No tuition for destruction! No tuition for destruction!
No tuition for destruction!
No tuition for destruction!
Solidarity does not end with the encampments that happened over the summer. They have showed us that the
Look at the size of that crowd. It's good to see.
student intifada lives on!
And this is also Toronto says hands off Palestine and Lebanon.
Tuition for destruction!
No tuition for destruction!
No, stop. Stop, stop, stop.
No tuition
Stop. There we go.
for destruction!
No tuition!
No, stop autoplaying. What the hell is this? There we go. We're good? We're good. It's not autoplay. God, Twitter is such a... Anyway, from Toronto for Palestine, Toronto says hands off Palestine and Lebanon. Israel's unchecked Canada enabled genocide in Gaza and now in Lebanon has gone on for a year now. The US and Canada must act now to rein in terrorist state of Israel. And this is a kind of time-lapse video of it, of the protest. I'm seeing lots and lots of people. Luckily, if this one auto plays, there's no volume on it. There's no sound. But yeah, lots and lots of people marching down the street. It's good to see. And then we have conservatives. So this is from the Conservative Party of BC, and there's an election, a provincial election going on in British Columbia right now. The province where Lance from the Serfs is the secret prince. Shh, don't let anyone know I told you that. And yeah, I wonder what the Conservative Party of BC has to say about this. And this was tweeted out on October 7th from the Conservative Party of BC. John Rustad denounces celebrations of terrorist acts, calls for strong action against those glorifying genocidal groups. Yeah. So, you shouldn't be glorifying anything about Israel then. It is horrifying and unacceptable to see people on the streets of British Columbia and across Canada celebrating the massacre of Jews and glorifying terrorist organizations like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the IRGC. Those who do should face serious consequences, including the immediate revocation of their visas, and if they are not Canadian citizens, Canada cannot tolerate this kind of hatred and violence in our society. John Rustard, leader, so this is from the leader, just saying that the people protesting a genocide were somehow celebrating the slaughter of innocent people. You know, those two things, they don't mesh well. Generally speaking, people who are against genocide are against slaughters of innocent people. And nobody is happy about what Hamas did on October 7th. Like, that wasn't a good thing. Nobody is celebrating that. But attention needs to be brought to the fact that tens of thousands, potentially over 100,000 people have died in Gaza since. But no, he's just totally kind of framing it as some sort of like all these people protesting are somehow celebrating that massacre on October 7th. October 7th, BC, John Rustard, leader of the Conservative Party, British Columbia, today issued a strong statement condemning October 7th and denouncing the glorification of genocidal terrorist groups in British Columbia cities across Canada. Holding violent extremists accountable, Rustard condemned those who have taken to the streets to glorify groups responsible for horrific acts, terrorism, calling strong immediate action, especially for non-citizens who participate in such acts of hatred. So being pro-Palestinian is not glorifying terrorism, but also just, again, the coded language that he's not even really that coded, but basically saying if anyone who participates in these peaceful protests, and in Canada we have the freedom of assembly here, but if anyone should participate in them and they're not Canadian citizens, they should be shipped back out to their country. Their visas should be revoked and they should be shipped back out to their country. Yeah, Canada cannot tolerate this kind of hatred and violence in our society, says somebody who's on the right wing. They're all about that violence and hatred in our society. Let's see. Yeah, so BC Conservative leader says people who glorify terrorist organization like Hamas should have their visas revoked if they're not Canadian citizens. But provincial leaders have no influence on someone's legal status in Canada, so I'm confused as to what he's going to do. Yes, immigration is a federal issue, not a provincial issue. And we're going to be getting a little bit into the breakdown of federal and provincial jurisdiction on a couple stories here, and just my frustration, especially with conservatives, how they just don't care. They will use talking points that totally, it's like, okay, you either have control to fix that, or it was the conservative provincial government that was wrong for that. It's so frustrating. But since Canadians know so little about what happens in this country and how our government works, they get away with these blatant lies from these conservatives. So here we have from Erica. She tweeted this out, and this is from the Toronto Police Service. Just saying, she's saying, maybe it's me, but I don't remember people carrying Nazi flags at the Freedom Convoy being charged with carrying hate symbols.
Our expanded hate crime unit continues to investigate every reported instance of hate, including on the ground at demonstrations, to gather evidence and investigate any suspected hate crimes or hate speech or signage. This includes the presence of flags that promote terrorist organizations as identified by Public Safety Canada. We remind everyone that charges can be laid at any time, whether it's hours, days, or even weeks after an incident, including those that take place at demonstrations.
But what he's neglecting to mention is it's at our discretion when we feel like it. Because remember, just not that long ago, I was talking about this story where you had like an actual identifiable terrorist organization at the University of Toronto. Was this the Jewish Defense League or something like that? A far-right extremist group raising their flags around. And also, as Erica was mentioning, the Freedom Convoy, there was actual Nazi flags and Confederate flags and stuff. Funny how none of those people were charged. But I get the feeling that a flag of a nation like Palestine, seeing that, oh, that's a hate symbol there, eh? We're going to have to charge you with something there. It's ridiculous how police are just allowed to, at their discretion, enforce the law, and how biased and one-sided it is. Because, yeah, people show this flag here all the time, no problem. Confederate flag, no problem. F. Trudeau flags, no problem. Nazi flag, still no problem. But a Free Palestine flag, ooh, that's some hate speech there. Absolutely just infuriating how our law enforcement is allowed to get away with picking and choosing how they enforce the law. Like, at least I wouldn't even agree with a lot of the laws to begin with, but at least have them uniform across the board. Like, treat everyone the same. Isn't that supposed to be a thing here in Canada, where no one has more rights than someone else? But as is standard for anniversaries and things of that sort, the leaders of all the different federal parties released a statement. And my God, are these people long-winded. Pierre Poilievre is not long-winded, but what he lacks in gosh, what's the word? What he lacks in quantity, he makes up for in, I wouldn't say quality. There's no quality in that statement, but what he lacks in brevity, he makes up for in really horrible statement. We'll get to it, but so from Justin Trudeau. 1 year ago, the terrorist organization Hamas launched a massive, coordinated, and horrifying attack against Israel. There are few words to describe the cruelty that comes with the massacre of 1,200 innocent people and abduction of over 200 others, an attack that is the deadliest carried out on Jewish people since the Holocaust. Now, I'm not going to nitpick too much about this because this is a statement about the anniversary of this specific event. You know, it's about what happened on October 7th. And so I'm not necessarily against the politicians focusing on that fact. It's all the news and stuff afterwards that just totally don't acknowledge what has happened since. That just drives me crazy. But this is commemorating that one day. So I can understand why they're not necessarily going to go into detail, but they still should. Because what has been happening in Gaza is a consequence of what happened on October 7th. And to not acknowledge that, you know, to acknowledge that it's such a horrific thing that a massacre of 1,200 innocent people happened, and not acknowledge that it's horrific that tens of thousands of innocent people have been slaughtered. You know, that this would be more forgivable from Justin Trudeau if he ever really acknowledged that. Like if he ever really came out and condemned Israel for what they're doing. But as he always says, Israel has a right to defend itself. No one has the right to commit a genocide. There's no justifiable reason for a genocide. None. But he'll never mention it. So the statement goes on, we unequivocally condemn Hamas for the terror they wrought. It's getting really fancy there in language. In the days that followed, as we learned the full extent of the brutality, we mourned with the community those lost, especially Canadians, and he lists the names of them. May their memories be a blessing. Our thoughts go to all the Israelis and Jewish people whose lives have been shaken by the unthinkable tragedy and who continue to live in pain, fear, and uncertainty, including those still praying for the return of loved ones who are piecing back their lives through incredible grief. Well, since he brought it up in the statement, going past the day of October 7th, talking about lives since, well, then he should be mentioning what's been happening in Gaza if he cares so much. Our thoughts are also with the Jewish community here in Canada, who over the past year have also seen a terrifying surge in anti-Semitism. Too often in recent months, Canadians have been threatened, harassed, and excluded because of their faith, their identity, or because they support the Jewish people's right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. You mean people have been picked on for being Zionists? Is that what you're saying, Justin? People have been mean to Zionists? Because there are people who are being harassed and excluded because of their faith. It's not Zionists that are suffering that. It's people who are speaking out, pro-Palestinians. You know, it's those people who are barred from their jobs, who aren't allowed to report on that in the media, who are harassed. Like, are we going to do the numbers thing? I've seen more news reports about attacks on mosques, but rarely, and never has Justin Trudeau just come out and said what Israel is doing is wrong. That the genocide they're committing, that the way that they're trying to expand the war over there is wrong. He has never said that. He has never said that Israel denying humanitarian aid to the starving, suffering people in Gaza is wrong, that the targeting of journalists is wrong, that the shutting down of infrastructure is wrong, that, you know, the thousands of people that they have behind bars that have committed no crimes is wrong. He's never said that. Oh, but Israel has a right to defend itself. We've seen synagogues and schools attacked, people taunted for wearing a Star of David or a kippah, blatant anti-Semitic slurs becoming common, demonstration glorifying terrorists, denial of the horrific events of October 7th. I don't think anyone's denying there was a horrific event on October 7th. You know, some people are saying that the IDF is more responsible in some instances and stuff, but nobody is denying that was a horrific event. And I haven't seen reports of people wearing a Star of David. Like, there is anti-Semitism, without a doubt there is. But I haven't, like, when they talk about the rise in anti-Semitic rhetoric, what they're including in that are people who are saying Palestine should be free, you know, from the river to the sea type thing. That's getting included, which is artificially making those numbers look bigger, which really devalues the actual anti-Semitism that's happening and should be focused on, because it is wrong. This is reprehensible and it must stop. Hamas has set the region down a path of war and violence. I think it's a path that Israel desperately wanted, was war and violence. And they're the ones that have been, you know, ensuring that's the direction and the path that they've been staying on. We mourn the Canadians and all civilians killed in the year that followed. We condemn Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, whose senseless attacks led to more death and instability. You're missing a nation in there. We mourn the Canadians and all civilians killed in the year that followed. Who killed them, Justin? Who's been doing the killing in the year that followed? You're condemning Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, whose senseless acts led to more death and instability. You're missing someone there. Who senseless acts had led to more death and stability. In fact, they're the primary instigator of it. You're missing someone, Justin. The scale of civilian casualties since October 7th is heartbreaking and unacceptable, and all actors must comply with international law. Name them. Name them. Say Israel. Israel has been doing it. The suffering must end, and we must return to a path of lasting peace and security for Israelis, Palestinians, Lebanese, and others across the region. Oh, he includes Israelis in that statement. We remain committed to working towards an irreversible path to achieving a two-state solution, where Israeli and Palestinians can live securely within internationally recognized borders. A two-state solution is not possible at this point. To Jewish people and Israelis in Canada and around the world, we stand with you on this painful anniversary. We won't relent until we see every last hostage return home safely. Then ask Israel to stop bombing them. Ask Israel to do a ceasefire. We will keep working relentlessly with our allies until there's a ceasefire in the Middle East, and we always defend Israel's right to exist in peace and security. You always defend their right, but never the right of the Palestinians. And Jagmeet Singh also has a very long-winded statement. Like his is 3 pages long. But I'll try to quickly go over it. So, from Jagmeet Singh, October 7th marks 1 year since the horrific Hamas terror attacks in Israel, which killed 1,200 people, in which 1,200 people were killed, including 8 Canadians. Over 250 Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, foreigner nationals, and dual citizens are taken hostage by Hamas. Okay, so we know that. Over the past year, Jewish Canadians have faced an alarming and unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism. The Jewish community is currently observing the high holidays, and we know that synagogues and community centers have unfortunately required enhanced security measures given the rise in anti-Semitism. Jewish families live with worry for their safety here in Canada and fear for family and loved ones living in Israel who are caught in the crossfire of violence they did not choose. There is no justification or rationale for the horrific terror attacks on October 7th. Well, there's no justification for it, but there is a rationale for it. You know, there's a reason why they did it. And that needs to be examined, that needs to be acknowledged. Maybe going to the root of the problem as to why Hamas exists in the first place. The significance of the day, not just for the Jewish community, but for all those... okay. For many Canadians, the response to October 7th from Netanyahu's extremist government was the beginning of a brutal assault on the people of Gaza, who did not and do not deserve collective punishment. Okay. He's mentioning it. Good. Palestinian, Muslim, and Arab communities in Canada are feeling the weight of immense suffering from the ongoing genocide by Netanyahu's extremist government that has killed tens of thousands of innocent people, including children. Just as there is no justification for the brutal terror attack on October 7th, there is likewise no justification for the high number of civilian casualties and indiscriminate attacks on the people of Gaza. Good. He said it. Jagmeet Singh called it what it is. But he says Netanyahu. It's okay. It's okay. He's at least calling it a genocide. He's acknowledging all the innocent people that were killed in Gaza. Good. This is a much better statement than what Justin Trudeau gave. New Democrats also mourn with these Canadians who have experienced an alarming rise of anti-Palestinian hate and Islamophobia over the past year. And as we witness another war in Lebanon, their pain, and indeed the pain of so many Canadians, has only increased. So this is a nice, well-rounded statement from Jagmeet Singh. New Democrats stand in solidarity with all Canadians who yearn for peace and justice for all people as we mark this terrible anniversary and grieve the losses that have come before us and the losses that continue to mount. We reiterate the need to hold space for each other, to privilege dialogue and compassion over hate and violence. We also remember that war is political, genocide is preventable, and Canada and the international community have a responsibility to act and end this horror. That's a good... I'm liking this statement a lot, actually. I'm liking what Jagmeet is saying here. There is no possible military solution to this decades-long conflict. We reiterate the actions Canada must take now. Work for the hostage deal, an immediate ceasefire, sanction all those who violate international law, whether Hamas or Netanyahu's extremist government, impose an arms embargo while the atrocities continue, recognize the state of Palestine along the state of Israel, and work to end decades-long illegal occupation of the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and support international court efforts to bring all perpetrators to justice. To the many Canadians feeling pain and trauma on this tragic anniversary, New Democrats stand with you. We will continue to work for our common humanity, for justice, and for peace. That's a good statement. It'd be nice if Justin Trudeau tweeted out something even like half resembling that. But then we get to Pierre Poilievre. His is short and to the point. Whew. Are you ready for this one? Are you ready for Pierre's statement? So it's not 2 pages. He just put the French and English in the same tweet. So it's just 1 page, and it's a short page. Shall we read what Pierre Poilievre has to say about this? 1 year ago today, genocidal and sadistic terrorists carried out the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. They burned people alive, tortured children in front of their parents, mutilated dead civilians, and posted these demonic cruelties online for the world to see. All while their cowardly bosses and benefactors watched from Tehran and other faraway safe havens. 101 hostages are still being held. Let them go. Meanwhile, Jews in Canada face grotesque anti-Semitism in the streets and by the two-faced and weak leadership of their prime minister, placating lawless mobs. And yet Israel and the Jewish people live and fight on. Western democratic values depend on destroying Tehran's proximity armies of Hamas and Hezbollah. Canada's conservatives have not and will not waver. We won't bow to the radical, woke, anti-Zionist Jew haters because never again is now, tomorrow and every day. We unapologetically stand with Israel through fire and water and unite with Jews to say, I don't know how to pronounce that. I am just checking. This is his actual account? Fuck yes, it is. Like, I glanced over it, but I didn't read the whole thing before I read it in front of you guys, and I'm just like, this can't be real. But that is his actual... Okay, it's not a parody. He really fucking tweeted this out. Wow. Just the language in this, the lies, the framing, like he's trying to get that visceral response from people, and it's working maybe in ways that he doesn't intend, but also in ways he does intend. Like, this is a horrible piece of trash. But they accuse the left of being, the mean people. Wow. This is like, I could see somebody in high school writing this like in a book. Like in a book to really paint a picture or something. But this is like having this come out of the leader of the official's opposition. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable that he's allowed to get away with this. Because, they burn people alive. It might be more the IDF, but, Hamas did brutal things on that day. There's no doubt about it. They tortured children in front of their parents, mutilated dead civilians. A lot of this has been debunked. Like, a lot of this has been debunked as hearsay or exaggerations or simply didn't happen. And it's like, posted these demonic cruelties online for the world to see. Is Pierre like never on TikTok? Because if you go on TikTok, you see nonstop videos of the IDF posting videos of them bombing Gaza and doing horrendous things in Gaza. They posted a video where a prisoner was sexually assaulted that led to his death. And that person who was responsible for that went on TV later on to be like, yeah, I did that. This is just garbage coming out from that. And there is no lawless mobs going around Canada. That's not a thing here. But he wants to invoke fear. He wants to invoke, just visceral reactions from his base. And unfortunately, this type of thing works. But just what an absolute piece of garbage statement this is. And it kind of gets worse. Poilievre supports Israel's proactively striking Iranian nuclear sites to defend itself. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is supporting Israel's right to defend itself against Iran following last week's ballistic missile attacks, saying that right includes proactively striking Iranian nuclear sites and oil installations to defund the terrorist regime. Israel must be able to prevent Iran from using nuclear weapons if necessary, Poilievre said. Poilievre said this Monday night at a commemoration event marking the one-year anniversary of Hamas's October 7th attack against Israel. So he said, Pierre Poilievre said, Israel must be able to prevent Iran from using nuclear weapons. Done. It's done. Do you know why? They don't have any. Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. He's the leader of the official opposition. He should know that. That's not a thing. They don't have nuclear weapons. Be able to basically level Iran because of the potential of them using nuclear weapons? One of the nations involved has nuclear weapons. It's not Iran. The debate over the scale of Israel's retribution comes after Iran struck Israel with 181 ballistic missiles last Tuesday. And so we've talked about that. Israel also killed hundreds and hundreds of civilians in Lebanon, including Canadian citizens. And the missiles that Iran sent out were for military bases and apparently only killed one Palestinian, which is tragic. But Israel has just been non-discriminately bombing Lebanon. Also, however, the federal government has a different position to Paved. While it is not endorsing Iran's nuclear sites as targets, that would be nice. Don't target their nuclear sites, because I think that's where Paved got a little crosswired. They do have nuclear sites for energy and things of that sort. They don't have nuclear weapons. And just saying, it's not a good idea to bomb a nuclear site, because bad things can happen when you do that. While it is not endorsing Iran's nuclear sites as targets, the country's oil's infrastructure could be on the table. I think it's appropriate, Defense Minister Bill Blair said reporters on Monday when he asked if it would be suitable for Israel to hit oil production facilities in Iran. You know who really was like, ooh. So let's see, down here. Right here, yeah. U.S. President Joe Biden has suggested that Israel should refrain from attacking Iranian oil facilities. Yeah, it's like, hey guys, could you keep the oil out of this? Could you not bomb the oil? Bomb everyone else, but maybe not the oil, huh? Can we not do that one? Go ahead, bomb all the hospitals. We don't care about those, but the oil, whew, that's a little step too far there. If I were in their shoes, I'd be thinking about alternatives than striking oil fields, Biden said during a rare appearance at the White House daily press briefing on Friday. A day prior, Biden also said he opposed Israel targeting Iranian nuclear sites. Yeah, because that would be bad for everyone. But it's just funny. It's like, well, there's the oil installations we could strike. And meanwhile, the United States is like, no, not the oil, not the oil. Stay away from the oil. But this guy here, this guy has the potential to be the next Prime Minister of Canada. And he's tweeting out this garbage. And it's like, this is supposed to be, you're commemorating a tragic event, the death of 1,200 people. And to turn it on like this, and it feels like there's not even any sympathy or compassion for the people who are actually victims of this and their surviving families. It's all about hatred and riling up people and, fueling all of this violence. Like, it is just, no leader of a political party should be able to tweet something like this out without consequences. Freedom of speech, to what we have it in Canada anyway. But there should be political consequences for tweeting out something like this, for having this be the official statement. Absolutely disgusting. Anyway, let's check the Sandbox. My hair is so crunchy curly today. I like when my hair is crunchy curly. It leaves for it's very tactile. I like that. Oh, and I want to show you guys something. As I'm totally getting distracted from even looking at the Sandbox, but so you guys might remember that during the Truth and Reconciliation Day, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, I showed you an image that I made a long time ago. Well, I redid it. Like, I didn't redo it, but I made it easier to see because the print on the other one is kind of small and fuzzy, and it's a small file, so if you try to blow it up, it's going to be super pixelated. So I decided to work on that a bit. And there we go. So we have up at the top, I've added Every Child Matters. And then this is in a bigger file, so you can see it larger, and all the names of the schools are visible without it being like super pixelated or anything. And what I'm looking to do, actually, is to get some Indigenous folks up here to maybe help out, and because I have this in the program still, so what I can do is like I can actually remove all the names and add them one by one, and in a video just have all the names read out and have them appear on screen as they're being read out while music is playing in the background. And I'd really like to find you know, some Indigenous peoples who would be interested in reading out the names and having that music in the background. But the reason why like Kamloops, St. Anne's, and Brandon is up top here is I made this shortly after the mass graves, or not the mass grave, the unmarked graves at Kamloops was discovered, the 215 children. And then there's a revelation about St. Anne's and a revelation about Brandon. But as I point out here in the image, it's just the tip of the iceberg. And I remember how disturbed I was when originally, when I was thinking of this image, I wanted all the names on the iceberg, but there were just too many to make it without the print being so small you couldn't see it. And so I'm going to be reaching out to people I know. But yeah, I think it would make a very powerful video, and it'd be free for everyone. Like, I'm not going to monetize it. It'd be free for anyone to show and use and keep. But yeah. Okay, back to the main shot. And now I will check the Sandbox, as I'm already sort of getting distracted as I'm trying to set up my next shot. Wondering where I'm going to start. So there's this. Sorry, I just want to make sure I know what I'm going to do next. Oh, there's that or that. Let's break it up. Okay, so we'll do this one next. Okay, that's ready. Now we can check the Sandbox. I don't think I need the fan on. It's been getting nice and chilly around here lately, which is good. I like that. Let's see. Lots of people chit-chatting in the Sandbox, which is good. Engagement helps in the algorithms. Okay, that's where I kind of saw. John Martinez, as an Indigenous person, I always stand with my fellow Indigenous people against genocide, and that definitely includes against the Palestinians. I've been seeing a lot of solidarity up here in Canada too. Of course, not a monolith, no group is, but the Indigenous folks I know online and stuff like that have been very vocally pro-Palestinian. And then there was all that issues around, you know, here's the Grassy Narrows, which is a rally for Indigenous peoples, but then it also turned into a rally, a pro-Palestinian rally, which caused a lot of hoopla in the education system and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Let's see. People are talking to each other and I don't know the context. Con Artist Hill. It's the name of Anna's Basically Why I'm Not Leftist Anymore Substack, the unaligned. I kind of thought that's what you were talking about, but, you know, just a word out of context, it could mean a lot of things. But, yeah, that I watched the Vanguard's video on that. And like I've said it probably 1,000 times, there is a video that I've been planning on doing. And this is all just new material for it. And now I'm thinking I need to rework some things because the video I had originally planned was before she kind of officially left. But it's also, you don't want to feed into her narcissism either, or make her look like the victim. So you have to be very careful if you're going to break it down, how you break it down, so that you don't feed into her narrative. Like, of course, she's going to take whatever she can and twist it. But to be able to really step back and say this has nothing to do about you personally, I think would be beneficial, because there are ways of examining who she is and what that means without it being about specifically her or trying to take her down. Let's see. Lady Badash, no tuition for destruction kind of slaps. Yeah, it's a good chant. Soul Life. Twitter never had this problem, but X, on the other hand, yeah. Let's see. John Martinez, equating protesting for the lives of Palestinians is not celebrating what Hamas did. That's how try to shut people up. I know what you're saying there. That, you know, you want to shut down the protest by saying, oh, it's all pro Hamas, they're celebrating this, but it's like, no, these are different things. It's different things. BCAT, God, I'm so tired of people conflating understanding why blowback occurs with condoning it. Let's see. Just scanning through some of these. Let's see. I'm scanning down a lot of them. I think it's mostly people basically in agreement with me and chatting amongst yourselves. Soul Life, did you see Macron of France said maybe we need to consider an arms embargo, then their facility in Lebanon was accidentally blown up? Macron took the bait. Hello, MIDI doctors. Is it me, or do you always enter the chat by saying sorry you were watching reruns of something? Seems to be a bit of a pattern. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But welcome to the Sandbox, Soul Life. MIDI doctors. And Soul Life is replying to MIDI doctors. People talking about quantum leap and sliders. I remember watching Sliders, actually. It's a long time ago. Let's see, Lady Badash. I don't stand with Israelis. I challenge them to explain why I should feel anything but apathy for them. The majority of Israelis support the government. And John Martinez also saying, I don't stand with Nazis of any stripe. And it's very sad and sickening when you see what the trends are. Because again, no group is monolith. So it's not like all Israelis are pro-genocide, but it seems like a lot of them are. And I wish that wasn't the case. You know, I would wish that in any circumstance, but to have that many people all riled up, just being okay with the genocide happening, just a stone's throw away. How just sick do you have to make a nation for that to happen? Because you see reporters who just randomly go and talk to people in Israel, and the things that come out of their mouth are horrendous. But even then, you know, even if a majority is there, that wouldn't then justify leveling Israel, something that a lot of them need to work on, you know, the idea of like, even if there is a group of people out there that really, really hate me, that doesn't give me an excuse to just go and take them all out. It's, yeah. And my life is actually threatened by a lot of different groups of people, just given that I'm a queer envy. And there are a lot of people out there who would like to see me dead, but that doesn't mean that I want to see the Bible Belt carpet bombed. Lady Badash, Sandy, you better be reading the greens and the block statements. You know, I was planning on, but then Justin's statement was so long. And the block statement would probably be in French and not English. You don't want to hear me try to read that one. John Martinez, PP doesn't understand irony. Genocidal and sadistic terrorists? LOL, look in the mirror, you clown. Yeah, it's funny when, not funny, it is ironic. Like, here is Pierre Poilievre describing exactly everything the IOF is. Hello, Monope. You know, I've never known if I actually say your name right or not. Let's see. Oops, it jumped. Ah, where was I? So Life, Sandy is so right about that. Don't know the context, so everything. I'm just right about everything. My channel. I'm allowed to be right about everything. This is my universe here. Actually, to unwind after this, I'm going to be watching reruns because mentioning reruns. I'm going to probably get back to watching The Punisher. The Marvel TV series. You know, Daredevil and The Punisher, Those two were so good. So good. Iron Fist, just, they shouldn't have made that one. They just shouldn't even have bothered. You could tell that they had given up all sense at that point. Okay. Why don't we get back into it? So I'm going to touch on some more stuff from John Rustad, the leader of the BC Conservative Party. I've already mentioned him briefly because he wants to, anyone who's not a Canadian citizen that participates in a pro-Palestinian rally, he wants to be able to deport them. You know, he just wants to be a fascist leader. Like, it's just, they'll denounce fascism in one breath, but totally call for it in their next. It is so disturbing, but these people don't understand. What's the word? When things are relatable? Equivalency. They don't understand equivalency between things. It's, yeah. Why don't I just get to it and then you guys can see what I'm talking about. Oh, it's going to bug me though. Levels of severity. They don't understand. There's a word in my brain that is not coming out. Something about comparing things and the levels of severity, like one not being nearly severe as the other and all that sort of. Anyway, I'll stop rambling and get to it. So here's a Press Progress article. BC Conservative leader John Rustad suggests province would participate in Nuremberg-style COVID-19 trials. All the people who said that you should be vaccinated and the doctors and stuff, they're the same as genociders and should be put on trial for war crimes. BC Conservative leader John Rustad assured anti-vaccine activists British Columbia would be open to joining other jurisdictions in legal proceedings inspired by the Nuremberg trials that would be aimed at prosecuting those deemed responsible for COVID-19 public health measures and vaccines. So it's not even for the people who, you know, spread COVID misinformation, which resulted in the deaths of thousands of people. He's talking about the people who actually kept others safe. You know, the people who wanted health measures put in. Those people should be put on trial. Nuremberg 2.0, an idea popular among COVID-19 conspiracy theorists and online far right, is simultaneously inspired by Nuremberg Code, a set of ethical principles on human experimentation, as well as Nuremberg trials that prosecuted a Nazi leader after the Second World War. Nuremberg 2.0 advocates, and it's not surprising also that the leader of the Conservative BC Party would be falling for a conspiracy theory. That party? Conspiracy theories? What are the odds? I'd be more surprised if they weren't. If I found a conspiracy theory they're not backing, I'd be surprised. Anyway, Nuremberg 2.0 advocates typically call for those who created, justified, or enforced public health measures, including politicians, doctors, academics, journalists, and police, to be jailed and even executed for crimes against humanity. In July 2024, Rustad was a special guest during an online meeting organized by two anti-vaccine groups, BCPS, Employees for Freedom, and the United Health Care Workers of BC. Rustad previously made headlines after stating the same online meeting that he regretted getting the so-called vaccine against COVID-19. At another moment during the meeting, Rustad was asked by Jediah Ferguson, president of UHCWBC and host of the event where the BC Conservative leaders stood on Nuremberg 2.0. Rustad replied, assuring Ferguson that he would be open to province participating in a multi-jurisdictional front. I don't need to read this because it's in this video.
Are you okay or for a Nuremberg 2.0?
Do it bigger 2.0, sorry?
Nuremberg.
Nuremberg 2.0.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That's probably
I know
something
that's a hard one.
outside of my scope.
I know that puts you on the hot spot right there for sure, but I had to ask.
No, it's fine. It's like I say, that's something that's sort of outside the scope in terms of a jurisdiction of British Columbia. But if we would certainly be participating with other jurisdictions as we look at those sort of issues.
Like, we can't do that here, but if we could, I definitely would. So, if other jurisdictions are going to do that we can kind of combine with, then yeah, sure. We will prosecute health workers that kept thousands and tens of thousands of people from not dying during COVID. We'll put them on trial for crimes against humanity. Just, what? And to compare this to basically the Holocaust, that these doctors are on the same level of the people who ran the camps, is so obscene. But, there needs to be political consequences for people who say this sort of thing, but it just seems to elevate them to leadership and to positions of power and into their seats. Like, it is mind-boggling that people would think this should happen. Like, call me crazy, because I am, but like the whole COVID denialism, I don't understand people. I don't understand just how ragingly upset they got at being asked to wear a mask to keep other people safe. And that just ignited a hatred in them unlike anything else. And then to say that they're on the same level as people who ran the camps, the Holocaust camps. Wow. This is a horrible, horrible person. And the fact that he even stands a chance of winning and being the premier of British Columbia, that's a very dark place that we're in society. So this article goes into it a little bit more. Apparently, before they posted this article, they asked for, response, which he didn't give, but then there's an update. He did actually reply to this video going a little bit viral on Twitter. If you guys want to read the rest of the article, feel free. It's a long article and very detailed, and Press Progress does an amazing job, so go follow them and learn more about what they have to say. But he did release a statement to say, I want to take a moment to clarify my position on a critical issue. In a recent interview, I misunderstood the question posed to me and wished to be unequivocal in my response. Any attempt to compare or equate Nuremberg trials or Nazi Germany to the COVID-19 pandemic is completely inappropriate and unacceptable. The Nuremberg trials were a monumental moment in history where justice was served for some of the most heinous crimes ever committed. But he did clarify it back in that video, It's like, oh, can you repeat? Oh, the Nuremberg 2.0 thing. Oh, yeah, sure. No, we should definitely participate in that. Sorry, did I mishear you? I want to make sure you said what I'm agreeing to. You did? Okay. To compare these trials, which sought accountability for atrocities of the Holocaust, to any modern-day public health measure is a distortion. You think? Is a distortion of history and deeply disrespectful to the memory of those who suffered. I strongly condemn any such comparison, reaffirm my commitment to preserving the integrity of historical truth. And then just the serfs saying, you're a lying sack of shit who tried to trivialize the horrors of the Holocaust. Yeah. to try to put those two things on the same level. Either you think the Holocaust was no big deal, it was as bothersome as asking people to wear masks, or you think the people who were trying to save lives during the pandemic were as depraved and horrific and brutal as the people who ran the camps. You're putting them on the same level. Absolutely mind-blowing that these people can be in leadership positions. But, just to let you know again, he is John Rustad. We mentioned the thing earlier where he was okay with people who were peacefully protesting being sent back home if they weren't Canadian citizens, if they were just here on visas, if they were pro-Palestinian rallies. Well, it turns out he's even more of a fascist wannabe. So this is from Rob Shaw, and he's a TV politics podcast show, CHEK Politics columnist, CBC Radio West, all that sort of stuff. And he says, new, John Rustad announces a conservative government will clear all 10 cities across the province and no future ones will be allowed to stand. Plus, drug use will be banned in supportive housing in a bid to improve safety of neighborhoods, he says. So where are all those people going to go? Maybe you're going to put them into different types of camps that are kind of like prisons that they can't get out of, so they can't bother anyone else? And to ban all drugs in supportive housing doesn't work. And then Guy Felicia also mentioning, how are drugs going to be banned inside your home? Is he banning drugs in all homes? I hope the media calls out it's not happening. But just this idea that we're just going to get rid of the tent cities. I would love to be able to get rid of all the tent cities because all the people in them found the supports and housing that they need that fits their requirements and that they're on a path to living a healthy life. That's not what John means. No, just wants to clear them out, leave them nowhere to go, imprison them. Like these conservatives are fascist wannabes. The only thing that's restricting them is the fact that we have laws in Canada, that we have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and even then, they use the notwithstanding clause to overrule people's rights. This shouldn't be allowed. Oh my God, this shouldn't be allowed. Oh. But no, he's a leader of a party. Meanwhile, I can't become an NDP candidate because I have a sense of humor and speak my mind. All I would have to say is a couple magical conspiracy theories and words and stuff like that, and I could easily become a candidate for the Conservative Party. Like, they would not care a single thing about anything that I've said online or anything. It'd be like, oh, she agrees with these conspiracy theories. She's good to go. She'll be one of our tokens, being queer MB. Just, wow. But I also wanted to bring some attention to, again, just other horrible leaders across the country that are conservative. And what they're doing to our country is just... So many people are sitting back and doing nothing while they're ripping apart every foundation this country stands on. Several Alberta charter school lobbyists have ties to UCP government. So that's the United Conservative Party in Alberta. Following the Alberta's government recent announcement of capital funding to build charter and independent schools, the Investigative Journalism Foundation has found that several consultants with ties to the United Conservative Party have been lobbying on behalf of charter schools and associated organizations over the past year. So, they don't just want to privatize our health care. They want to privatize our education. What could go wrong? Everything could go wrong. Last month, Premier Danielle Smith announced an $8.6 billion commitment to the School Construction Accelerator Program to create space for more than 200,000 students to accommodate the province's boom in enrollment. Several of the lobbyists hired to communicate with the UCP government on behalf of charter schools and the Alberta Association of Public Charter Schools have either held office or worked for the UCP government or the predecessor Wildrose and progressive conservative parties in the past. Some of the lobbyists have also made individual contributions to the UCP over the years. I'm not surprised. I think it's alarming, says Alberta's Teacher Association President Jason Schilling in a recent interview. The public should be alarmed by that as well, because these are public dollars that are being spent with the intention to support public education in the province, and we have students that don't have their needs met in these schools. Charter schools are nonprofit public schools funded by the provincial government that operate independently from the public school system but still follow the same curriculum. Charter schools have also capped classroom sizes, unlike public schools. While charter schools in Alberta are completely publicly funded and barred from charging tuition like private or independent schools, they do still charge fees for students, hundreds of dollars more than what a family might pay at an average public school. Fees for students in charter schools are $627 on average, compared with $222 per student in public. Anyway, I'm not going to read the whole article. It's here for people to read. And kind of get the point of it. Privatize our healthcare, privatize, but it's all under the guise like, well, it's not really private because our public money is going to it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, the private healthcare systems here, they still have to provide the public healthcare so people can still go to them for their medical needs that the province will cover. But then while you're there, they still want to make a profit. And so they'll offer you all the bells and whistles, and then they'll take the people sooner that accept those bells and whistles and are willing to pay. There's ways that these companies will make a lot of money off of this. Oh. BCAT, does Canada have private prisons? Yes. And so also from Saskatchewan, and more kind of influencing the provincial governments and just how lobbyist corporations get involved, is corporate landlords, financiers, CEOs are top donors to Scott Moe's Saskatchewan Party. Lax rule in Saskatchewan allow corporations and their rich to double dip with their donations. Another long article, not going to read the whole thing, but if you guys want to see it, you can look it up. But I'll just read a little bit from it. In Scott Moe's Saskatchewan, public policy appears to be open to the highest bidder. Thanks to lax regulations for campaign and financing, Premier Moe's Saskatchewan Party has lined its pockets with donations from corporate landlords, oil and gas companies, financial firms, and the largest landowners in the province. So there's a reason why groups like the NDP have a hard time raising money, but the money just flows into conservative governments because, you know, the NDP and more progressive parties tend to be against landlords, not supportive of oil and gas companies, not supportive of financial firms, not the largest landowners, although even in the NDP, some of them are landlords. So they're not going to get the money from the capitalist system when you kind of are trying to get rid of that capitalist system. Since Moe became premier in 2018, the Saskatchewan Party has raised over $6.7 million in corporate donations. Many of those contributions are from businesses outside Saskatchewan, including Alberta, Ontario, and Manitoba. With voters heading to the polls on October 28th for a provincial election, the Breach reviewed the Saskatchewan Party's top 10 highest individuals and corporate donors in 2023. They offer a glimpse of the connections forged between Moe's government and corporate elite, both inside and outside the province. So here, corporate donations to the Saskatchewan Party versus the NDP. So you can see the green, wow. And then the NDP, it's like nothing. Like I said, we don't need to go into all of this, but it's just you know, this is just why people get so fed up with politics, is we see this go on all the times. It's blatant. You know, our political parties are bought and paid for. They're owned by the same corporations that like own the media. And this is why, again, more cross-border solidarity, because it's the same type of corporations that own the same parties, you know? It's sometimes it's even across the border where money will be coming in through means of different sources. Like this has to stop. Like, we need to get money out of politics. Like, it's not as bad here as it is in the United States, but corporate money in politics and the influence it has still is a problem and leads to mountains of corruption. That's what we'll get more into again with Doug Ford when I get to his segment. Oh my God, drives me insane. But, you know, this is just more evidence that our political parties aren't making laws for us. They're making laws for the wealthy and corporations. That's who they're making the laws to benefit. Not for the average person, but for the rich and for the wealthy few and for corporations. And those are the ones who benefit from the legislation that gets put through. And yet they'll still say that they're for the people and they support the people and they're doing this for the people. And some of the people still seem to believe it because these parties keep on getting in. Urgh. Oh, this isn't the video that I was thinking. It's not a Steve Boots video, but he tweeted out a video. And so this is more about Saskatchewan and what's happening in their election. And so Steve Boots had tweeted out, Laura Ross doesn't live in her riding, hasn't for a decade, and I have literally never seen her in the riding. She sends paid canvassers through the neighborhood. She's not interested in helping the people. She just wants to get her business branches. And so this is from Scott Moe. Today's Saskatchewan Party candidate and cancer survivor Laura Ross and Sarah Wright are joining me to make some important announcements about women's health. At-home self-screening option as an alternative to the Pap test. Helping with cost of in vitro fertilization. I did not know this was a thing. That there were at-home Pap tests. So I had to look it up. Like, this is... like, I don't even know how I feel about it, because part of me is like, yeah, a lot of people don't necessarily like going to the doctor to get that done, because it is a very sensitive test to get done. But at the same time, I can't help that it's nothing more than what they do with self-checkouts and stuff, and it's just another way to get the people in the province to work for. Anyway, there's a bit of an article about it that I want to get to, but, you know, Steve Boots just pointing out that a lot of the candidates don't represent the people of their ridings because they're not even in the ridings that they're supposed to represent. But here, at-home HPV test now available across Canada. What to know? I did not know this. And this is from last year, because like part of me is tempted, but then I'm like, you know how awkward COVID tests are and how uncomfortable they are. You have a swab, you shove it up your nose, you spin it around. The idea of at home getting a swab, shoving it up my vagina and swallowing it around to put into a package to mail out to something doesn't really seem like... I like that nobody else is involved, but I think a professional should be involved with that one, because a lot of people do COVID tests wrong. And the part of the reason why HPV tests and pap smears are uncomfortable is because of how far you have to dig in there. And nobody's willingly going to do that to themselves. So there's this global news article about it. Just play a bit of this.
And be screened for cervical. An action plan to eliminate cervical cancer by 2040. One of the key strategies to getting to that goal of eliminating this cancer is to move to HPV-based testing. Self-collection opens up a number of different ways that people can be screened that may be more comfortable for them, that may address some of the barriers that people experience in terms of accessing a primary care provider to be tested by in a medical facility. So it's a really important tool for us to reach.
And it's like, I don't doubt that. It's just, again, there's this other little video, and I don't know if I can play it because they have music on in the background, but I'll see if I can find it again. Let's see. I'm looking up the exact same article I looked up before, and it's not showing me that little cute video that had the music on in the background. Oh, there it is. I think this one. That's so bizarre. It was this one. Oh yeah, okay. I guess we can try it to see if get in trouble for music.
Cervix self-screening puts the power to screen for cervical cancer in your hands.
Sounds funny. I should be laughing at this. Oops.
Test is quick and very easy to do. In fact, you can screen wherever you feel most comfortable and safe, such as in your home or at a healthcare provider's office.
Wherever you feel comfortable and safe, just shove it up your twat.
Cervix self-screening tests for the virus that causes cervical cancer. This virus is called human papillomavirus, or HPV. HPV is very common and is easily spread through any kind of sexual contact, including intimate touching and oral, vaginal, and anal sex. In fact, HPV is so common, it's estimated that 3 out of 4 people who have never received the HPV vaccine will have an HPV infection at some point in their lives. But often, the body's immune system is able to clear the infection without it causing any problems. There are 2 groups of HPV, low risk and high risk. Long-term infection, usually lasting 10 years or more with a high-risk HPV type, can lead to cervical cancer if not found and treated. Until now, screening for cervical cancer meant going to see a healthcare provider for a Pap test. Now, with cervix self-screening, the power to screen for cervical cancer is in my hands. The self-screening kit comes with simple instructions and a small swab for me to use. I collect my sample by rotating the swab inside my vagina for 20 seconds. Sample by rotating the swab inside my vagina is in my hands. The self-screening kit comes with simple instructions and a small swab for me to use. I collect my sample by rotating the swab inside my vagina for 20 seconds. Once I've collected my sample, I then mail it back to the lab and wait to receive my results in 4 to 6 weeks. The screening kit tests for high-risk.
Just the thought of mailing that, like having that test go through the mail, your DNA going, like, there's just something that seems a little off about that to me.
HPV types and is very accurate. Because it is so accurate, if my test shows I do not have HPV, I can wait 5 years for my next screen. Screening for HPV every 5 years is as safe as having a Pap test every 3 years. If you are 25 to 69 years of age and have not had a Pap test in 3 years or more, or cervix self-screening in 5 years or more, why not take control of your health and get screened today? Cervix self-screening is simple and easy to do, free and only takes a few minutes, safe and not painful. Can be completed wherever you feel comfortable and safe, and you can get your results in just a matter of weeks. If you don't want to do cervix self-screening, you can still choose to have a Pap test. Talk to a healthcare provider to discuss cervix screening options and when to screen. To request a screening kit or learn more about this quick and easy way to screen for cervical cancer, visit this website.
So again, I don't know how I personally feel about it because I like the idea of just being able to do it at home. But sometimes you think a medical professional should be involved with certain things. Like, I don't, yeah, it's like I'm very conflicted, but I think it's an important thing that if this is available in Canada, Canadians should know. So a new at-home test for the human papillomavirus, HPV, is now available across Canada at a cost, as doctors urge for better access to cervical cancer screening in the country. So it is not free. So I think what they were talking about here is maybe making it part of their healthcare system, which would just be shocking that any conservative party would try to include that. The testing kit by Switch Health can be bought online and is available across the country except for Northern Territories and Prince Edward Island. It costs $99 and screens for high-risk genotypes of HPV, including subtypes HPV 16 and 18, which accounts for 70% of cervical cancer cases, according to the company's website. This test taps logistic networks to get to one's home and back the lab without someone ever having to leave their home, says Mary Langley, co-founder of Switch Health, in an interview with Global News. I think what sets our kit apart from other tests is that we currently use technology and software behind the kit itself and how it's available across Canada, she added. So this is good for Canadians to know that this is available. I just wish it wasn't like $100. It should be part of our free medical health care. But it feels like, again, more and more of making people do their own things like self-checkouts and things of that sort. Because if somebody doesn't feel comfortable going to a doctor, then maybe we should have alternatives, like different types of clinics that we can go to where maybe we could feel a little bit more comfortable going to them to get them done. Like if you don't like your family doctor for whatever reason, to be able to find another clinic that you can go to and get it done. Because it is important. It's healthcare. But no, I just fell down that little rabbit hole with that one. I'm like, I need to share this with everyone because in Canada, you should know that this is the thing. But I also wanted to focus on just a couple one-off stories that, this is where it all leads to in our country with conservative premiers. Just how bad things are getting here. And it's unacceptable that, again, there's no political consequences for the conservatives coming in and just ripping things apart. But like here in Orangeville, Ontario, rallies as food bank usage jumps 143%. We take care of one another, says mayor organizing food donation competition she hopes to make annual. Food banks were never meant to be a place people regularly visited. They were supposed to be like an emergency, you go there. But the fact that people are now relying on food banks regularly in this country is horrid. Like there should be no need for food banks. When Heather Hayes began working at Orangeville Food Bank in 2015, she said it supported around 300 people a month. Now she said the food bank is supporting nearly 1,400 people a month. Now, ways to help with that would be lower the cost of living through rent control, lowering rents, cost of affordability, increasing how much people get for Ontario Works or social assistance, disability payments so that they could actually afford to go to the grocery store. Like there's so many things that should be done, but to see it just jump like this, more and more people are having to access food bank because the cost of living is just unacceptable at this point, says Hayes, the food bank's executive director. So this is a bit of a twofold problem because not only are more people in need of food banks, but fewer people are donating to food banks because they don't have the extra money that they used to, where they would buy those extra cans and toss them in the into the donation bin afterwards. Like, it shouldn't be like this in this country. She says the situation is alarming as the bank's been struggling to keep its shelves stocked enough to meet the growing demand. It's an issue province-wide, with Feed Ontario reporting last month that 1 million people living in Ontario turned to food banks over a 12-month period starting in the spring of 2023. The population of Ontario, I believe, is about 14 million. So that's 1 in 14 people having to turn to food banks. In Toronto, Daily Bread Food Bank is sounding the alarm about what it's calling a crisis-level food insecurity. The Orangeville Food Bank receives around £20,000 worth of donations a month, according to Hayes, but is giving away £50,000 worth of food each month. The gap is unsustainable for us, Hayes says. The town is stepping in when Mayor Lisa Post heard about the food bank facing a crunch. She decided to organize Rooted in Community Food Drive. Thing is that no, that is not sustainable. And a lot of the corporations, like the grocery stores that charge extraordinary prices for food, they're often the ones that will occasionally do write-off donations, like make a donation that they can then write off so that they can feel good about their capitalist system, you know, causing people to need them in the first place. But just, this is out of control. Nobody should be relying on a food bank in this country. No one. And then I came across this article, which is just absolutely heartbreaking, devastating. And it's again about the housing crisis, and this one's from BC. So even in BC, they've had an NDP provincial government for a while, but you know, it's the way that this government is. It's run by capitalists, and they support capitalist endeavors, and this is the result of it. I have a cat that is now being a problem. Come up here, Abernathy. I'll need you on my lap for this story. It's pretty bad. Come up here. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. So 95-year-old living in BC emergency room after eviction from care home. Yeah. You're going to be a problem. There you go.
Global News.
But I can certainly still sing How Are Things in Glamorgan.
95-year-old James Kalina is singing a song from the movie Finnegan's Rainbow.
I'll see y'all in Guacamora.
Kalina is on a journey for a new home too, after running out of money to pay his rent at Sunnyside Manor, an independent living residence for seniors in White Rock.
In the first couple of years, like 2 or 3 years, it was fine. Only people who could pay more and more and more money. And I didn't have any more and more money.
After he used up his life savings and loans of $25,000, he was evicted on September 30th. The next day, he was dropped off at the emergency department of Peace Arch Hospital.
I find it very inhuman for a 95 years old being kicked out in a home where he's living with.
Friends tried to find alternate housing for him, but were told he didn't qualify for long-term care. So Kalina is essentially homeless.
Did you ever think that you wouldn't have a home?
Never dreamt that. Never dreamt that, no.
Global reached out to the Sunnyside Manor for comment.
This caught my eye. European-inspired suites available within your budget. Apparently not within the budget. European-inspired? That sounds a little coded there. They're only looking for white people to be in this manner.
but no one was available to answer our questions. However, we did get a brief response from Fraser Health that reads, "We are providing this person with health services at Peace Arch Hospital, as well as connection to other supports." Kalina says he's speaking out to help other seniors too.
What is happening to me is something I don't ever want anybody else to experience.
My heart is actually like broken just to see him like this.
After losing his home of almost a decade, Kalina is not excited about trying to find a new one.
Where would I like to go next? To heaven. I'd like to go to heaven. Wherever that is.
Julia Foy, Global.
That is heartbreaking. And that we live in a country where this type of thing happens. In all of the Band-Aid solutions, BC encouraging homeowners to open secondary suites to increase housing. No. More housing needs to be built and provided, and it needs to be socialized housing. Nobody should be in his situation, regardless of age. But it's just, at that age, like, most often we're just told, well, go get a job. Go get a job. He can't, he can't get a job to get more money to help with rent or anything. Just saying, I guess this is from the Manor, so. Global News contacted Sunnyside Manor for comment, but we were told on Sunday that no one was available to answer questions. However, the organization did release a statement on Monday saying, in part, the residence does not provide care or supportive services, nor is it an assisted living facility. Our mission is to provide affordable, apparently not that affordable, housing solutions for low to middle income individuals, making Sunnyside Manor one of the more affordable independent living options for seniors in the South Surrey and White Rock areas. We can confirm that Sunnyside Manor has never abandoned a tenant at the hospital due to inability to pay rent. Once a tenant has left and is under the care of their family or an individual with power of attorney, Sunnyside can no longer involved in the decisions or the housing choices. The organization also said that the staff strive to provide information to tenants and their families who may have difficulty paying rent and will offer guidance on suitable options under the guidelines sent by the residential tenancy branch. Yeah. They say that, but then this story happens. So it's usually something like wordplay, like, oh, well, he left of his own volition, so therefore, because he had nowhere else to go than an emergency room, well, that's not our problem anymore then. We didn't personally put him there. But in actuality, they did. And they're not working with people with low incomes if they can't afford, like, this is just, it's so cruel. Housing is a right. It's a right. And if somebody's income is fixed and suddenly they can't afford to pay rent after being able to pay rent for a decade, it's not because, they're doing something wrong. It's because they keep on jacking up the price higher and higher and higher. Higher than what, somebody's fixed income is going up by. It's absolutely devastating. But a reminder to people in British Columbia, October 19th, Election Day. In Saskatchewan, or let's see, New Brunswick is next. October 21st, and then in Saskatchewan, October 28th. British Columbia right now, the fear is John Rustard will get in, the fascist wannabe. Get out and vote. Make sure that doesn't happen. Right now in New Brunswick and Saskatchewan, they're conservative-led. They need to be voted out of office. They need to go. get back to the Sandbox. And then there's still 2 more chunks of stories that I want to go through. Oh, I always say to myself, I don't want this to be a long stream, and then it's a long stream because I keep on talking and there's so much to get to. I'll try to be quicker about it, but you know, I have to stop and give my analysis. This is my channel after all, and you're not here just to watch news clips, but you're here to watch how I react and say things about it and whatnot. Let's see. I scroll all the way back up to where I think, okay, yeah, that's where we were. But then I glance over the comments. Fortunately, I can't read all of them, and I try to pick some out. John Martinez, this Rustad clown is catering to his far right base. Reminds me of MTG, and that's R-E-I-C-H. Far Reich, I think is how it's pronounced. B-Cat, going undercover as Q to spread science. Yeah, you get into the conspiracy theory space and be like, look, I've heard this thing that there's this injection you can get that will prevent you from getting the made-up virus called COVID that was engineered to target only a certain group of people. But there's this shot that nobody else knows about, only I know about. You get it, and then you don't have to worry about that virus. Trick them into doing the right thing. Well, John isn't exactly the same name. It's a spelling difference. Because John Martinez was saying, it sucks this asshat has my name, John. But you don't have an H in yours. He does. I get that a lot with Sandy, because there's a lot of bad Sandys out there. And a hurricane and stuff. But it's not quite the same, because it's not spelled the same. Let's see. Lady Badass, Sandy misgendered themselves. Cancel them. I do use she, her, they, them. I present female, so she, her is fine. But they, them is also fine. I'm not too picky about my pronouns. It's more being referred to as a woman that bothers me a bit more. But John Martinez was just saying something about like nobody cried and said wearing a mask is tyranny during the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic. They just did. Actually, I'm not entirely sure about that one. There's been documentaries about it, how it's like the forgotten flu, because I think there was still a lot of denialism, a lot of minimizing back then even. Like just the fact that it was called the Spanish flu when that's not actually where it originated from and stuff of that sort. But I think I've seen some documentaries about it just stating that this type of, it wasn't to the level that it is today, but then again, they didn't have social media back then. But I would imagine that, you know, because a lot of communities may be communities that were like for science or were for medical advances and stuff, they wouldn't have been as influenced by outside factors saying, oh no, it's just a conspiracy. You don't need a mask. Don't do what the government tells you. So I think it'd be very community based, a lot more so than what we see today. So some communities might have been like totally like, okay, everyone's quarantining, we're looking after each other, and then others just going on like nothing's happening. Let's see. Hello, Shemagli. Welcome to the Sandbox. Another thing about the swabs, because I'm now getting into that. I don't know how, I guess it's one of the things, like, I don't know how easy it is for some people with, like, certain disabilities and stuff, like being able to hold things, flexibility and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we should have facilities that, you know, cater to people's sensitivities. But like I said, because I'm seeing like privacy concerns are valid for sure. Yeah, from Shemagli. Yeah, like I'm very conflicted with it. Like I feel like more and more is just being pushed off to the individual to do themselves. But at the same time, if I had the money, I'd be tempted to do it because I don't want to go to the doctor to get a pap smear because I don't feel comfortable with my doctor. So yeah, I'm very conflicted about it, but I shouldn't. But like that's the thing. If it's available in Canada, then I shouldn't have to pay $100 for it. I should just be able to get it. Mrs. Jen's Cats. Hello, I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before. John Martinez, I proudly admit to using a food bank. I have about a dozen places to go if I need food, and they are all crowded. I've used a food bank before, plenty of times. Like, one of the problems with food banks, especially up here, is that they're municipally run and they're run by different organizations and charities and stuff. So some of them can have different rules, like, oh, you're only allowed to go to this one twice a month. Or in order to get food from this one, you have to put in a certain amount of volunteer work, like requirements and stuff of that sort. Which, when you live with disabilities, especially the kinds like mine, where going out around people during high levels of stress is a no-go. It wasn't very beneficial, but I've definitely used food banks quite a bit. But also then it's not ideal for people who are diabetic, who need gluten-free diets or vegetarian. Also, a lot of people who are like really, really down and like broke, they might live in a room and only have access to microwave. So you need more like ready to eat meals as opposed to meals that you would have to cook at home. Lady Badass, the largest contributor to my local food bank is the fucking grocery store because too many others can't afford to donate. Yeah. BCAT, seeing these stories, I don't understand how people think our systems are working. Well, I don't think many people are thinking they're working, and that's part of the problem because you have conservatives that are ready to burn down the place because they don't think it's working. And then there's people on the progressive side that are like, it's definitely not working. Ugh. Lady Badass, at my mom's work at a nursing home, and a while back it was learned that one of the staff was living in a shelter, all while the men running the place was on the sunshine list. Yeah, whenever more money gets in and more profits are made, it never goes back into improving the situation or wages or anything of that sort. It always seems to be funneled right up to the top. And just mentioning like the working houseless, because it's also like what you need to save up ahead of time to have first and last month's rent, and like the initial money you need to move and all this sort of stuff. And it's so hard to save when you're living unhoused and just when you have no money to be able to save because you're not making enough. Like when I was living in the shelter system and we would get GST checks, were government tax rebate checks or something. They were still semi-new back then, and you know, when they came out, it was like this big novelty, and some of the people at the shelter, the workers, were like, well, you should be saving that. And it's like, what for? Like, really, what for? Because these random one-off payments I get are not reliable, and I would need another 10 of them in order to provide like 1 month's rent. Like, what is the point of saving up money when I have no regular income and no way that I would ever be able to afford rent? Instead, I might as well just go off and get something with the money that I'm going to keep and love forever. A lot of reason why people who are unhoused have like body art, tattoos, piercings, and stuff like that is it's an expression, an artistic expression that they can take with them anywhere they go. They don't have to carry it around, so to say. So it's an expression of themselves, a work of art, something they can appreciate, and it will always be with them. Lady Badash, everyone pitched in and quickly helped them get housing. Heaven forbid the boss help them. John Martinez doesn't... Yeah, the Sunshine List is a Canadian thing. I don't think it's outside of Canada. And it's just public sector workers who make over $100,000 a year. They get put onto the Sunshine List. And the vast majority of them are people who work in the energy industry, hydro and whatnot, but also cops. A lot of cops. Looney Tunes 9000, 5-hour long stream, you ask, Sandy. Let's see, I started at 6. It's only 2 hours. I'm only at 2 hours. I don't think this will be a 5-hour long live stream. Maybe my Halloween live stream will be a 5-hour live stream. I don't know. I have something that I need to do earlier in that day, so it depends on how run down I am after that. But I have in my brain a special Halloween show I want to do again this year, so I'm hoping that I can get it together by then. Just more talk about the Sunshine List. They are actually like, they're meant for public use in a way, so people, just the average person, can go and look up the Sunshine List. It's made available to the public so you can see. And so normally after like a tent encampment has been torn down and one of the cops had been like particularly brutal or something like that, and you can find their names. And I've done this. You can then see what their salaries are. And quite often well over that 100,000 mark. So that's why, and I pointed it out in some videos that I've done before, like, oh, this cop did this horrendous thing. So he got demoted for a few years, but then you go to the Sunshine List and you find out, so even with the demotion, he's still making over 100,000 a year. Because, oh, he's demoted to where he was a few years ago. And it's like, yeah, so he's still making over 100,000 a year. This isn't exactly a punishment for the horrific thing he just did. Okay, let's get back into it. Because like I said, there's a fair bit more that I want to get to. Okay, what are the orders of these? Just as I say, I try to put things in somewhat of an order for a narrative. I want to make sure I know where this is going. Okay. Okay. Listen to that. And that. Okay, I think I kind of know the path of this one. Oh. In Canada, there's been an uptick in a certain type of fire. And that fire isn't just wildfires that burn down entire neighborhoods. No, no, no. A very... Sorry. I'm going to have to start that over again because I have a kitty cat that is looking at cords like they're spaghetti. But as I was saying, there's a particular type of fire, and I'm not talking about wildfires, that have been in the media a lot lately because there has been an uptick in it. And that is church fires. Sorry, just a second. Appy, out. Go. You can come up here if you're not going to chew on the cord. Come on. Come on. He's wanting attention right now. And so like a little brat, he'll do things to get in trouble just to get that attention sometimes. Okay. So yes, there has been an uptick in fires in Canada, and a lot of those fires have been at churches. Now, like everything, it's not a monolith. Some of the church fires have been maybe quite possibly related to the fact that a lot of unmarked graves of children have been found at residential schools, and a lot of those residential schools were run by the churches. And there is a little bit of correlation to that, but also lightning strikes, happenstance, arson from people who work at the church for insurance sake. Like there's lots and lots of different reasons why these church fires happen. It's not all just one thing, but of course the right wants to make it about one thing and one thing only, and it's an attack on Catholics. Of course, that's what it is. Even though I remember one time it was like 3 churches in like a week were all hit by lightning. So there is a big hoopla up here about church fires. And of course, when the right wing kind of latches onto something to make it into their own narrative, a lot of misinformation and disinformation gets put out there, and a lot of exaggeration and hype. And there was a story of this recently in the news that caught fire. So we'll get a little bit into that. This first clip here here's the full clip of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's comments on the mosque vandalization and the burning down of a Catholic church. I don't expect any better from these people. We'll get into Angus Reid in just a moment, but apparently I couldn't find it, but there was an altered clip of this going around, which made it sound like he didn't care about the fires at all, is what my understanding is. But it was edited and clipped out of context to make it seem like he was brushing it off as no big deal. And that is Justin Trudeau.
And Alberta this week announced that it's going to be doubling its funding to help protect churches from vandalism and violence. But the Federal Security Infrastructure Program stopped taking applications last November. I know that there is new funding in the budget, so when will the program start taking applications again? And if I may, as a Catholic, what's your reaction that houses of your faith are being targeted for the church's role in the residential school system?
As you know, Ashley, we have put in place a security infrastructure program that partners with places of worship to be able to put in cameras and security systems to keep those institutions safe from what is unfortunately a rise of intolerance and racism and hatred that we're seeing across the country. And
I don't know if that's in the same category, because if churches are burning down as a reaction to what happened at the residential school, it's not quite the same thing, it feels like, as just a hate-motivated attack, but still. Arson, not good. Don't do it.
Certainly, we will continue to roll out those funds in partnership with community centers, religious institutions, and others that need that protection. As I've also said, it is unacceptable and wrong that acts of vandalism and arson are being seen across the country, including against Catholic churches. One of my reflections is I understand the anger that's out there against the federal government, against institutions like the Catholic Church. It is real, and it is fully understandable given the shameful history that we're all becoming more and more aware of and engaging ourselves to do better as Canadians. But I can't help but think that burning down churches is actually depriving people who are in need of grieving and healing and mourning from places where they can actually grieve and reflect and look for support.
So my guess is the clip was kind of snipped right after he said, like, it's understandable why people would want to burn down these churches. And the second part where he's saying, but, you know, it's place where people go to for healing and stuff like that. I think that part was kind of left out. Is my suspicion as to what the alter clip going around or the out of context clip going around was.
We shouldn't be lashing out at buildings that can provide solace to some of our fellow citizens, but we should be every day committing ourselves, each and every one of us, to the hard work we need to do to actually rebuild a path forward that reflects the terrible intergenerational trauma and present-day realities of suffering that we are all collectively responsible for.
And of course, he's full of shit when he says anything about reconciliation type stuff. He just is. But this isn't about that so much as, again, this trend of these churches being burned down. And so we have here a conservative MP who is like, we need to crack down on this.
Money here, Member of Parliament for Durham. I'm here in the House of Commons, and I want to share some thoughts on a problem that I know a lot of Canadians across our country are concerned about, which is the pattern of destruction that we have observed of church after church after church being burned to the ground in Canada. Since 2021, over 100 churches have burned to the ground.
And again, if you look through that individually, a lot are by nature, accident, arson, not related to anyone from residential schools or in correlate. Like, nobody upset about residential schools. Like, if the arson was from somebody who worked at the church or somebody else from the community.
The most recent example being this past weekend in Loon Lake, Saskatchewan. And I understand why Canadians are frustrated, asking, why isn't the government doing anything about this problem? Well, let me tell you, Conservatives have put forward legislation on this issue. Bill C-411 would increase the penalty for crimes of arson against churches by adding the targeting of churches as an aggravating factor in sentencing for arson crimes.
Now, this is totally unnecessary because, as the tweet was saying, arson is a crime here in Canada. But also, if it is determined to be a hate crime, then that is the aggravating thing. Like, things can be labeled a hate crime here in Canada. So yeah, because if somebody just burns down a church because they want insurance money versus somebody's burning down the church because it's Catholic, those, you know, it could potentially be labeled as a hate crime and be brought up to that level. So this bill is completely for show and unnecessary, and it's not going to go through anyway.
And yet, we have not seen the other political parties support this. The Liberals, the NDP, the Bloc, all of them continue to be silent on this problem, this pattern of destruction. We have not seen the other political parties support our legislation, Bill C-411, and they're not even offering their own legislation. This is a very
not needed. That's why it's not needed. No legislation is needed on it.
serious issue. It is not just an attack on churches as buildings. It's an attack on communities, on families, and an attack on religious freedom in Canada.
And some of these churches that they're talking about are really just like one-room wood structures that aren't even in use. But we'll get into one of them specifically in just a moment.
We need to see action. We need the other political parties to realize that this is a serious problem. We need support behind Bill C-411, and we need to do more to protect churches in Canada.
So this is the one that kind of blew up out of the blue. So this is from Catholic Vote. Another Catholic church on fire, Notre Dame des Sept Alégires Church in Quebec, Canada, has been damaged by massive fire. I'd say that's damaged. That's really damaged. But, oh, readers added context. This post implies that it is a church, which is not true. Notre Dame des Sept Alégires shut down in 2018 and sold to a real estate developer that deconsecrated the building, was in the process of being converted to apartment housing when the fire broke out Thursday afternoon. So they're using this as an example of a church fire, and it's an attack on Catholics when it might have just been an attack on landlords. Or, it was under construction, so accident. And as this person was saying, the church was shuttered in 2013 and sold in 2018 to pay for the sex abuse scandal by the priest. Don't let conservatives media make this fire about attacks on Christians. It wasn't a church, but a condo development. The con media is just stirring up shit for their readers. And yes, sorry. Got a very heavy cat on my lap. Yeah, it's just the conservatives latch onto this to make it into a narrative that it's an attack on Christians and all this sort of stuff, as opposed to like a bazillion other things that it could be. And as Luc Lebrun says, who is one of the editors at Press Progress, a magazine that I lean on heavily for my content, a number of far-right Canadian influencers plus Russian state media are suggesting something nefarious led to a fire at a church in Trois-Rivières, Quebec. They failed to mention the church was under construction and being converted into housing units. And so we have here Harrison Faulkner. Rachel Gilmore has done some videos on this white nationalist dipshit. So please go check out her content and learn a little bit more about who this douche is. Says a massive fire has destroyed a historic Notre Dame des Sept, I don't know what that is, Alégires church in Trois-Rivières, Canada. Since 2021, over 100 churches in Canada have been burned or vandalized. You see, those are two very different things. Burned, destroyed, burned, or just burned, and vandalized. What, spray paint on the door? Like, having something burned down to the ground and spray paint on the door are two very different things. And this is from Cat Canada, who's been tied up in a lot of that Russian propaganda stuff that has come out recently and is also very white nationalist, hence the K's in her name. Yet another church burning. Today, Trudeau will call it a hate crime, ignore it altogether, lecture us on Islamophobia, blah, blah, blah. And RT, another church burns to the ground in Canada, the historic Notre Dame's church in Trois-Rivières, set on fire, and then pretty much the same copy and pasted sentence since 2021. Over 100 churches have been burned or vandalized. So could be just a whole bunch of right-wing bots also sending that out. But there was somebody else who was getting into this. And so this is just tweeted out by somebody, Creek Pete. Next time you want to tell me Trudeau should resign because of polls, just keep in mind these are our pollsters you're basing that on. And so here we have Angus Reid. I don't know if he's familiar outside of Canada, but here when you hear Angus Reid, you immediately think of political polls. because one of the more popular or commonly used political polls here in Canada is the Angus Reid poll. And it's relied on in the news and stuff like that. And so apparently the person who does this poll is also tweeting out this right-wing propaganda. This is so disgusting. In most other countries, this level of arson would be a cause for a majority of national police response. Christian places of worship deserve the same respect and protection as synagogues, mosques, temples. I'm not sure how to say that word. What has Canada become? And that's to the same story of the non-church being burned to the ground. And so here we have, after I badgered him all day, Angus Reid has finally issued a mea culpa. The church was deconsecrated several years ago. It was under construction and being converted into condos, blah, blah, blah. Now you can't see it because the account no longer exists. Because apparently, I guess he got bullied off of Twitter. But let me just switch this over. There we go. So you see, no, let's go back here. Sorry. There we go. But since X really sucks as a media platform, if you do this and you hit print screen really quick, you can get that tweet because there's a bit of a lag there. And I hit print screen pretty quick. And I got the tweet. Let's see. So this was his mea culpa. Yesterday, I retweeted a video of fire consuming Notre Dame's de Alighiera's church. Turns out the building hasn't been used as a church for years. Fine, but revulsion isn't about this. Revulsion isn't about this church. It's about the over 100 burned or vandalized. You'll find scores of videos on Show More, which I can't show more because this account no longer exists. But it was more than that, because this person who does this political poll also ended up having to delete a lot of his tweets because he's like, shame on Trudeau, completely unacceptable for our PM to legitimize church burning. And this is in response to that out of context clip of what I had just showed you about Justin Trudeau. So this Angus Reid guy was just latching on to it like he was a newborn looking for a teat. And apparently, and so somebody is just pointing out, apparently Angus Reid is too stupid to understand that it's not tweeting of doctored images that is the issue. Rather, it's the tweeting by allegedly unbiased neutral pollster of anything clearly meant to disparage Justin Trudeau. And he's still doing it. And so something else Angus Reid had tweeted out, my tweet on church burning and the PM responses stirred up a lot from cons and truanons. I didn't realize I was tweeting doctored images. Deleted then. The burnings are a big issue on Trudeau. Let's see what Canadians have to say in 25 unlike a video elections aren't doctored. So it'd be one thing to be like, oh, my bad. It was an edited clip or, you know, a fake image or something of that sort. But to refer to a group as truanons, it's not exactly a slur, but it is like a name that's showing a lot of bias by the person who's using it, because people who are like diehard Justin Trudeau supporters are referred to as truanons, where they'll believe anything Justin Trudeau says. And so to use this, and you're supposed to be an unbiased political pollster, it's a lot sus. And Creek Pete also just pointing out, like, hey, CTV News, since you fired 2 employees for editing, and I covered this in a recent live stream where it was a clip of Pierre Poilievre, and I guess the way they edited it made it sound more like he was calling for a vote of non-confidence because of the dental bill, as opposed to his trademark axe the tax. And he was so upset about that. And it was such an uproar when it was just at most sloppy editing, at most, but like no ill intent, none whatsoever. And 2 people lost their job over it. But somebody who is as blatantly biased as this still gets places in the media. And so from now on, whenever you see polls released by Angus Reid, you have to really wonder, like, where are these polls coming from? Like, where are the biases? Because these clearly has a bias. And like a lot of these, when these polls came out, they don't change people's minds, but they can kind of make people less eager to get out to vote. So it does help with like voter suppression or voter apathy to constantly release like, oh, Trudeau's never going to win anyway, so why bother getting out there? Or Trudeau's going to win, so you don't need to go out there, and all this sort of stuff. And I'm always a lot sus about polls in general because it all depends on the sample size, who you're polling, what kind of question you're asking. Because if I ask a question like, would you ever sleep with somebody outside of your relationship, like your marriage? Most people are just going, oh, no. It's like, okay, well, would you sleep with somebody outside your marriage if you had an open marriage and it was socially acceptable to have open marriages? Oh, well, then that might be a little bit different. If your partner was totally on board with it, oh, well, then that may be a little bit different. So how you phrase questions also leans into a lot of the biases, and they help people, they direct people to an answer. It's almost like the Coke Pepsi thing, like, oh, if you do this blind taste test and you like Pepsi better, you're probably going to get a prize. So you can tell the difference, and it's like, yeah, I like Pepsi better. So yeah, really accurate there. And like polls are no different. It all depends on how it's worded, the framing behind the questions and everything of that sort. But it's just, again, it's the biases of, here's somebody who's most likely on the right, not really receiving any consequences, got bullied off of Twitter, sure, whatever. But if any news network refers to his polls again, that's very sus. And again, just the fact that 2 employees lost their jobs for no malicious intent with editing because it went against Pierre Poilievre, and yet Angus Reid refers to people as true anons. Like, yeah, again, it's just the consequences that people on the left face versus the consequences people on the right face are just so disproportionate. And it's so frustrating that then they are usually the ones that cry victim. But here, and there are a couple videos on this. I've touched on it before that Pierre Poilievre hasn't gotten security clearance. You know, something that you would figure every leader of every party should get so that they can read the sensitive information. Well, get my cords all tangled up. Well, there is the foreign interference with their political process recently that's been in the news. And I covered it. And this is more than just the Russian thing. Like, this is actual an investigation that was launched because it looked like there was foreign interference in our political system. Like, very direct, and not just like, oh, we're influencing influencers. And some very suspicious stuff came out. And then when Pierre Poilievre decides that he doesn't want to get his security clearance, super suspicious. But here's just somebody saying that this needs to be out there more, that no election should be held until Poilievre initiates his NISCOP security clearance. No election should be permitted until Canadians hear the results of foreign interference inquiry. And here is a video from it. So this is from Jason, who tweeted this out. But this is from CPAC, our political thing at, and it just, yeah. Well, this was said by Kevin Lamure, an MP, a Liberal MP. let's just listen to what he has to say. Wow, that was a bit louder than I was expecting. There we go. Here we go.
I have some concerns about foreign interference. You know, CBC reported over the summer, and I quote, "A report from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians says there was 2 incidences of alleged interference by China in the Conservative Party of Canada's leadership race." Mr. Speaker, you know, it begs the question why it is the far-right leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get the security clearance that's necessary.
And then the speaker just stands up there for a moment or two.
The floor until he's recognized for doing so, so that members can make their statements without interruption. I'm going to invite the honourable member from Winnipeg North to start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am concerned about foreign interference. You know, over the summertime, we had an interesting report from CBC. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, "A report from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians says there were 2 instances of alleged interference by China in the Conservative Party of Canada's leadership races." Is there any wonder why the leader of the far-right Conservative Party today doesn't want to get the security clearance in order to get to the bottom of security issues dealing with foreign interference, Mr. Speaker? It got me thinking, is there something about the past from the leader of the Conservative Party that he believes will disqualify him from getting the clearance? Why won't the leader of the Conservative Party today get the security clearance so that he can get a better understanding of what the reality of foreign interference is really about?
It absolutely should be required. And if he can't pass getting that security clearance, he shouldn't be allowed to be leader, plain and simple. But there's a bit more from it. So 81%, and this is from Bill Rice, and this is from a committee hearing on this. 81% of Canadians don't know that the top CSIS, that's our intelligence organization here, CSIS intelligence officer just testified that Pierre Poilievre's former CPC PM, Steve Harper, was compromised by China.
So, Mr. Katsuya, that he was asked to spy on the Dalai Lama and the PM Harper at the time and blew the whistle, and Harper did nothing. And then I also connect this with a couple of years later, because I believe that was in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. In 2014, PM Harper signed a 30-year trade deal with China, and many experts at the time had really grave concerns that they expressed about how this may affect our national security. So, Mr. Katsuya, would you say that PM Harper was soft on China?
It became soft. It started with smoking guns right when he was elected the first time, even quoting me occasionally in the House of Commons. But with time, agents of influence were capable to gain access to him and change the course of his decision-making.
There is no way Pierre Poilievre should be able to get to be Prime Minister of Canada unless he clears this, unless he can get his clearance. But the thing is that Stephen Harper used to be, you know, Prime Minister of Canada, and Pierre Poilievre was Housing Minister at the time. Well, Stephen Harper's been popping up a lot more in the news and stuff recently. And, you know, I've been learning more about him that I just wasn't aware of at the time. And it's disturbing. So let's just go back a couple here. And this is from, I believe, yeah, a Queen's Park reporter for the Globe and Mail, Jeff Gray. A growing number of political comms people seem to need some help with this concept. So here's a crash course. In society like ours, free press, you don't get to tell journalists what questions they are allowed to ask, ever, period. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. And Cynthia Mulligan and that reporter tried getting answers from political staffers who clap out media after questions are cut off, as Brian Lilly's girlfriend, Ivana, was seen clapping at the beginning of the video. So Brian Lilly is editor at the Toronto Sun, a right-wing rag, and his girlfriend is part of Doug Ford's office? I guess office, yeah, Doug Ford's office.
Told to clap? Are you instructed? Like, are you instructed to stand here and clap? Were you instructed to clap? Like, who tells you to clap?
I love that reaction. Oh, what? What? Me? No, I'm gone.
Who's ordering you?
What did you forget to do today that you decided to come here instead of here? Are you ready for being here?
Yes. I'll go back. So here's just somebody pointing out how quickly we forget this was the hallmark of Stephen Harper regime. Staged applause to every comment in question period and every question in media scrums, drowning out dissent with obnoxious clapping, absolute juvenile behavior. And I do remember this, like now that it's brought up, because yes, we do quickly forget. And at press conferences or, you know, like scrums that they're talking about, whenever a question was asked, or a reporter was about to ask a question that they thought they wouldn't like to hear, they would just keep clapping and being loud and obnoxious to drown out what the reporter was trying to say, so that there'd be no clip that they could use. They'd be able to get no clear answer because it'd be a hard time hearing them. And this was a tactic that was regularly used by Stephen Harper, Pierre Poilievre's kind of predecessor, and who Pierre Poilievre has been learning a lot from. But again, just a little bit more on to who Stephen Harper was. I have a video from Steve Boots. Just a symphony of failures. Because it turns out, you know, Stephen Harper, really horrible person.
I want to take a second to talk to you about this. This is the Canadian National Monument to the victims of communism. And the story around it is bizarre. So this was a big push made by Jason Kenney and Stephen Harper in the earlier part of the 2000s. They were trying to get it built in front of the Supreme Court of Canada. And they were told in 2015 that it did not meet the National Capital Commission's requirements for a memorial. But they ignored it and built it anyways. Even though it didn't focus on a Canadian story, didn't bring in a plurality of perspectives, and is essentially political instead of commemorative. But that didn't stop them from spending millions, specifically $7.5 million. All that to commemorate 550 names. One snag, more than half of those names were fascists. Or Yahtzees. Fully 60% of the names.
What, are you telling me that people who were victims of communism were fascists? It's almost like communists were trying to take out fascists? Is that how that works?
Names were Yahtzees, or had affiliations to fascist groups. At least 50 to 60 names are directly linked, and at least 330 should be excluded to be on the safe side. So it's meant to be a monument for those who suffered under communism, but it appears that those who have to fear communism are fascists. So, to be clear, that means that Canada now has a monument to 330 Nazis. Cool. Anybody gonna ask Stephen Harper or Jason Kenney about this, or are we just gonna scuttle right past it? Like, this is propaganda, plain and simple. It is trying to frame communism as evil, without paying any attention to the nature of the victims. They literally made a monument to Nazis from World War II. They were told it was a bad idea, again and again and again. Built it anyways. Spent $7.5 million of public funds over 15 years to build a monument to Nazis. Stephen Harper and Jason Kenney's legacy.
Yeah, so Stephen Harper spent millions of dollars, went out of his way, did things he wasn't supposed to for a monument to Nazis. And yet everyone will still be like, oh, well, they applauded a Nazi in the house once. Stephen Harper built a goddamn monument to them. But in this media scrum here, you have again just, you can see shades of Stephen Harper and Pierre Poilievre and how he deals with the press and how he doesn't respond to reporters, answer questions and stuff. And again, this is not somebody who is equipped to be Prime Minister of Canada. He can't pass his security clearance and he won't actually answer questions. He's nothing but slogans and throwing things back on the reporters like how dare you ask me questions? I'm going to ask you questions. It's their fucking job to ask you questions. But he is just such a little dweeb, right-wing dweeb.
By putting the carbon tax was inserted by Justin Trudeau, not by my supporters. Why did he do that? No, but I'm just curious. Can you explain to me why there is a carbon tax in the agreement?
No, but the question is why.
No, I asked you a question. You keep asking what the agreement is.
We're the journalists.
It's their job to ask you questions. It's their job. It's your job to answer them.
We ask the question.
I have the freedom to ask questions if I want to, and I've been answering your questions all week.
What's such a petulant child? Well, I have a right to ask questions too, you know. Mm-hmm.
Here's another one.
So, no,
the government's introducing
why would
an
they do a
investment
carbon
tax
tax?
credit.
You're not changing the subject. I know you want to change the subject.
No, I want to ask
because you don't want to talk about Trudeau's carbon tax.
I want to ask a question because in a democracy we ask the question and you answer.
And I decide
I like that reporter there. In a democracy, we ask the questions, you answer.
the answer I give, and the answer is this: we will axe the tax, and Trudeau can try to divide Canadians by putting a carbon tax and a free trade agreement that we already had for years. It won't change a thing.
It's misleading.
Because I will axe the tax, and I will axe the tax with delight and with passion and with incredible speed. So when I'm Prime Minister, you will be shocked at the speed with which I will axe the tax. And the Canadian people will be able to look up at the gas stations and see the prices coming down.
Actually, the prices have come down recently because Justin Trudeau doesn't actually, set those prices. Just saying.
And Trudeau can try to distract from his hated carbon tax by putting it in a free trade amendment to a pre-existing agreement. It won't stop me because I will axe the tax, I will axe the tax, and I will axe the tax. Thank you.
But not on a
So nothing but slogans and stuff. And he's getting his base all riled up over the axe the tax, but none of his base actually knows what that means. And a lot of them would probably be very upset to learn that they no longer get their tax rebates, their carbon tax rebates, if that's the case. And also, somebody is knocking at my door. And also, if you look at priorities of what Canadians care about, this is not it. I will be right back. And I'm back. Nothing to worry about. My friend was just dropping off turkey for Thanksgiving dinner. Because I have room stored in my fridge. And so I knew this was going to happen. Just not right now. And I totally forget where I was talking about this little dweeb. But just to show a little bit more of again, how he uses language and people's lack of knowledge of how this system works, and talking about Pierre Poilievre here, how he takes advantage of why the average Canadian doesn't know about jurisdiction or how the government works is here he tweeted this out. When I was housing minister under Stephen Harper, rents were half of what they are today. Rent has literally doubled in Canada after 9 years of Justin Trudeau and the NDP. Our common sense conservative plan will help build homes so Canadians can put a roof over their heads. So for someone who says that they're full of common sense, yeah, the common sense conservatives lack any ability to change. So he says, just a little graph here showing what the average rent prices are, and rent prices are out of control. But as Brittlestar was pointing out, this is a provincial issue. Justin Trudeau had nothing to do with rent prices here in Ontario or across the country. Rent prices are going up because of conservative governments doing things like getting rid of rent control. That's the party that he's supposed to be supporting. The right-wing conservatives. They're the ones, the reason why rent is completely out of control. But you see that type of thing again and again, where there's a problem that's really affecting Canadians, ones that we really feel, but he'll find a way to blame it on the Liberals, even though they had nothing to do with it. And again, just my frustration with how nobody takes accountability here. So government is giving for-profit clinics far more money than public hospitals for identical surgeries. These clinics are also luring medical professionals away from public systems with higher salaries. And just this person pointing out, like, hey, Justin and Catherine Freeland, isn't this against the rules? And people's lack of knowledge of how the system works means that people don't question Justin Trudeau on this when they should. Because while provincially, while the healthcare is run provincially, there's a lot the federal government can do about it. And one thing they could do is enact Canada's Healthcare Act. So I'm not going to read over this whole boring, dry article here, but people can go to canada.ca to find out how exactly the federal government can actually put their foot down and stop what these provinces are doing. So if we scroll down, so Canada Health Act, provincial and territory healthcare insurance plans must meet the standards described in the Canada Health Act. This is necessary to get their full payment under Canada Health Transfer. These standards include public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, accessibility. Public administration. The province and territory plans must be administered and operated on a non-profit basis by public authority. Comprehensiveness. The public and territorial plans must ensure all medically necessary services provided by hospitals, physicians, dentists when the service must be performed in a hospital. Medically necessary services are not defined in the Canada Health Act. The provincial and territory healthcare insurance plans consult with the respective physician college or groups, so on and so on. Universality. The provincial and territory plans must cover all residents. Portability, accessibility. Okay. So we kind of get the gist of it. Basically, Justin Trudeau could be doing something about this, and he's not. So here, he's being blamed for something he has no control over. Here, people aren't holding him accountable for something he can do. It is so frustrating in this country how this works. because there are things the federal government can do to rein in these provincial governments, and he should be doing it. He should be, but he's not. And it's so fucking frustrating. Like, we actually need the federal and provincial governments working together in order to get a lot of our problems done, but instead they use each other as an excuse as to why they can't get anything done. And meanwhile, it's the people who suffer when they refuse to cooperate. But also, another instant of Justin Trudeau being a liar, because, you know, the Liberals lie, the Conservatives lie. Pierre Poilievre doesn't even know how to tell the truth. But the Liberals are also pretty bad at it. And so back in 2018, was it 2016, when Justin Trudeau first got into office, one promise that basically helped him get into office with the majority back then was his promise to redo how we vote, to get rid of first past the post. Now, first past the post simply means whoever gets the plurality wins. So if you have, let's break it down for simplicity's sake. If you have 5 candidates, but you have 101 votes, and so all the candidates get 20 votes, but one candidate gets that extra vote, then that one candidate gets in with a majority. So it's super frustrating how that works. And we see it all the time. Like, it's not uncommon to see somebody get the majority of seats and the majority power in this country with only 40% of votes. And Christo Avalos is just pointing out, you lied because Justin Trudeau had this little press conference where he's like, yeah, it was a mistake, not following through on that promise. And Christo Avalos, a political analysis person who used to be a lot more active on YouTube. You promised to make every vote count, and ranked ballots do not do that. A proportional system gets us closest to making every vote count, and you know that. You just lied to give people false hope. Everything Poilievre destroys is your legacy. So basically, Christo is pointing out that maybe if Justin Trudeau had actually enacted some sort of proportional representation, then we wouldn't have to worry about Poilievre right now potentially getting into power.
And mistakes made over 9 years. You reflect on some of your successes there, and what you see as what you want to leave and make an impact on the country through your decision making. What do you see as, if I could have that one back, I would do it differently the next time?
Electoral reform.
Yeah, music to my ears. You
said
said that just for me, right?
I don't say that just for you. But actually, in one sense, I do say it just for you, because I know in just about any other interview,
I was going to raise it.
Any other interview, the interviewer's eyes glaze over, go, okay, yeah, but give me something real that you regret, right?
Yeah.
And the thing that kind of, gets me all worried and stuff is that Justin Trudeau might pivot and say, oh yeah, electoral reform, we're definitely going to do that this time, as a way for him to try to get in. But it's like the boy who cried wolf at this point. Nobody would believe him, even if he were to do it. And the thing is he won't. He won't. That's the thing. He won't do this because it doesn't benefit the Liberals. But ranked choice ballot does benefit the Liberals as well, even more so in some instances. But a little bit more from this.
I said, no. This is real. For me, I look at where the world is going and where polarization has happened and where excesses of populism have been able to come in, and the winner-take-all version of first past the post that we have right now, where you can get elected as the MP for 100% of people in your riding with 32% of the vote, if it's properly divided, if it's divided amongst other parties, is not just devaluing the votes of so many others, but it's giving you a false sense of being the only legitimate voice for your community. And if I could do things differently, I don't know exactly how I would have, but I certainly would have done things differently around electoral reform to try and make sure that we are not going to be fighting this next election under first past the post again.
So he goes on and he says something about like he would prefer ranked choice, which isn't actually what he said. And there's a video.
It was a difficult
from David Dole, the Rational National, who goes into a little bit of detail on this. And I strongly suggest that people go and watch this because he points out that, let's see, where is it? Way back. Where is it? Here.
We need to know that when we cast a ballot, it counts. That when we vote, it matters. So I'm proposing we make every vote count. We are committed to ensuring that the 2015 election will be the last federal election using first past the post.
Again, that was one of 3,000 times that was mentioned during campaigning. It is just such an incredible broken promise. It is one thing to have something in your platform that you barely talk about, it's whatever. This was like, you could argue the number one policy, in terms of an actual policy, the number one policy that they argued for. And broken within a couple of years.
Now, the thing is that what David was also pointing out in this is that in that clip that we just saw of Justin Trudeau, he was saying that he would make sure that every vote counts. But then in this little back and forth that he was having, he was saying, oh yeah, we'll go ranked choice ballot. And he gets into more of the excuse that he was arguing with the people. Let's see if the second half of the clip shows it that he posted.
It didn't happen. And I question some of this.
It looked a little bit cynical to say, oh, we can't figure out a path, and so we're gonna, just burn it to the ground, never talk about it again. That's probably not how you would feel about it.
I made two big mistakes on this one. The first one, because of some very strong voices in my caucus who were very, very clear that they wanted to at least be able to make an argument for proportional representation, which I feel very, very strongly would be a mistake for Canada. I left the door open to proportional representation instead of ranked ballot, even within my own team. And that made a whole bunch of people who heard me say, last election is first past the post, translate that into he's going to bring in proportional representation, which I was not, which I never was going to. And I wasn't clear enough on that. We can have the argument about.
Yeah, so basically he was never going to follow through with his promise of making every vote count because ranked choice doesn't do that. And
for a proportional system. So to make it a little more clear here, there are two main voting systems. So winner take all, which is first past.
Now, David doesn't go into a lot of this, but he does mention that this is from Fair Vote, and just shows some graphs of like, here's where the popular vote is, here's first past the post, alternative seats, all that sort of stuff. And how ranked choice doesn't actually make that much of a difference versus proportional representation, but he says that there's a link in the description box that people can go to, and that link is this. The fair vote thing. And it's like, he didn't want to go into detail on this. Well, that's what I do on my channel. Is I dive a little bit, I go into the nuances of Canadian stuff. So I won't spend too much time on it though, because it is getting late and there's still a whole bunch I want to get to. But this is the website from Fair Vote Canada, fact-checking Justin Trudeau on electoral reform. So he said we should have immediately shut down talk about proportional representation and confess Liberals were deliberately vague in order to appeal to Fair Vote Canada advocates. And that's from an article So on October 1st, 2024, Premier Justin Trudeau repeated one of his greatest regrets was not using the 2015 majority government obtained with 39.5% of the vote just force through a voting system he wanted, a winner-take-all ranked ballot system, properly called alternative vote. Alternative vote replicates the problems of first past the post. In some elections, it can produce even more disproportional results. In the only OECD country where it used at national level, Australia has helped to entrench a two-party system for almost 100 years. So the ranked choice ballot, or the one that they also call alternate vote, it doesn't actually help, but it actually entrenches this idea of just two parties. And here in Canada, with the first past the post, that's pretty much what we have right now, because it's only ever been the Liberals or the Conservatives in power. We haven't had another party other than them in power because of the first past the post. So in 2016, I'll just skip down a bit. Overwhelming majority of Canada's, fully 87%, in a 2022 ECOS poll, rightfully reject the idea that any single party should be able to change the voting system to one preferred by their party. Almost every country in the OECD that has reformed their electoral system has done it through multi-party agreement. In 2016, the NDP and Greens went out of their way to offer compromise solutions, including proportional systems that included a ranked ballot and incremental approaches that would have added a very small element of proportionality to Canada's electoral system. The attempts to negotiate were ignored. In 2024, all the Bloc, Greens, NDP, and Independent MPs, 3 Conservatives, and 39 Liberal Party MPs voted for a motion by NDP Lisa Marie Barron for a nonpartisan National Citizens Assembly on electoral reform, which would have fairly considered all options. Despite 76% of Canadians in support, this attempt to find common ground was rebuffed by Prime Minister too. Fact-checking Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau talking points in the interview included several misleading statements that require correction. Trudeau implied that his preferred system, alternative vote, is not a winner-take-all system like first past the post. There is no debate. It's cut and dry. Alternative vote is another winner-take-all system. Political scientists usually bundle first past the post and alternative vote together in a family of winner-take-all systems. They call it plurality majority. And so we can see it on the graph here. So this is what Justin Trudeau wanted, is just over here, versus proportional representation. You have mixed member proportional, list RP, single transferable vote that elects multiple winners. Trudeau suggested that adopting alternative vote could help mitigate polarization. Research looking into 36 democracies from 2000 to 2019 shows countries that use proportional representation have lower levels of polarization than those who use winner-take-all systems. Because in this video that he did, he said, you know what? It'd be bad for the country in the future if we tried to do anything. No, it would just be bad for the Liberals. The only OECD country that uses alternative vote nationally is Australia, and identity-based polarization is far worse in Australia with AV than it is in Canada. So that's alternative vote. So average strength of polarization by type and country. So we have Denmark, idea-based polarization, identity-based polarization. And you can see it getting higher and higher. There's the USA right there. And we're kind of in the middle right there. Trudeau claims that proportional representation makes MPs accountable only to parties instead of local voters and communities. These statements were so obviously untrue that Liberal MP Nathaniel Erskine-Smith attempted to interject twice to rebut them, saying, I don't think any advocate in Canada is arguing doing away with local representation. Get away from it. Abernathy looking at that cord. You can do open list, Prime Minister talked right over him. All credible models of proportional representation for Canada are designed to maintain a strong local representation. Local representation has been a core value of every commission and assembly in Canada that recommended PR. All models of proportional representation for Canada means MPs are directly elected as individuals by local voters to represent voters in a specific geographic area. So I'm not going to go over all of this, even though there's not too much more to go over. But basically, proportional representation is the way to go, and we should get there right now. It would just be so much better for everyone. And this idea that it would just lead to more polarization has been proven false. And Fair Vote often sends out like these little graphs that show like this is the government we got versus this is what the government we would have if there was proportional representation. And the thing is that even then, some of the smaller fringe parties would actually have a little bit more power, but it drops down drastically for the people at the top with how much power they have. And even, actually, did David have it in his video here? Let's do this. I think he shows the graph in here. Yeah, so here we go. So this is in Ontario, elections, Ontario 2022. So here we have percent of vote, so popular vote, the number of seats. And this is what first past the post did versus what winner take all is false majority. So here we can see that the Liberals and the NDP were virtually the same at the percentage of votes, so 23.9, 23.7. And yet, the Liberals only got 6.5% of the seats, and the NDP got 25% of the seats. So you can see how this first past the post can greatly not connect properly to how many seats the office has. And again, it's so frustrating working in a first past the post because it really does do a good job of making people apathetic about politics when we're stuck in these systems. And then we finally had, somebody saying, oh, we'll change that. And I know a lot of people who voted for Justin specifically because of that promise. And when he broke it, I think a lot of people just completely lost faith in any sort of politics or government whatsoever. It's very disappointing, and that needs to change. Anyway, let's get back to the Sandbox, and then I have one more thing to kind of go through. One more thing, as in one more docket, bunch of dockets. So it's like more than one story, but it's all along the same thread. Let me just check. Yeah, and I'll try my best to go through that quickly, as I always say. But let's check the Sandbox. Hey, Abernathy. Sorry, I need to kick my cat out of here. Go. He's been acting up a lot lately, that cat. He's like going through some sort of teenage years or something like that. Like, he knows at bedtime, he gets kicked out of the bedroom because Frodo spends the night in there with me so that he has time to eat his food overnight because Lanier would just gobble it all up. And Frodo is a grazer, and I need to make sure that he gets in as much food as possible. So I kick out Lanier and Abernathy from the bedroom, and it's just me and Frodo gets to snuggle with me all night long and everything. I think Abernathy's jealous. And so at night, he'll actually run and hide in my bedroom, and I have to like drag him out before I close the door because it's like he wants to be in there too overnight. And the thing is that he wouldn't necessarily eat the food because even though he's a chunker, he's not as interested in the wet food as like Lanier. But I can't have that because Frodo needs to have as much food as he gets. So it's just super frustrating that, in the afternoon, I have to chase down Frodo to give him his medication. And then in the evening, I have to chase down Abernathy to kick him out of the bedroom. And it's just like, oh. But part of me would love to be able to have him in the bedroom overnight so that he could do all the snuggling and stuff, but Frodo's health is a priority. Anyway, back to the sandbox. John Martinez, if PP can't get security clearance like Trump couldn't get security clearance, he shouldn't be in office. Fully agree. Let's see. John Martinez, whoa, Harper was pathetic. There's a lot more about him, too, that I've been coming across. And he was like a horrible, horrible person. And he did so much to this country to put us backwards and stuff. Like the whole housing crisis started under his watch with Pierre Poilievre as housing minister. Like it started to cascade from there. And so they kind of like set the spark of the fire, and then when the whole house is burning down, then they can point to the Liberals and be like, well, it's their fault, even though we lit it. But there's a lot about him that I've been kind of glancing over and finding out more about, that he was just a horrible person, like pro-apartheid in South Africa and everything, like just the worst. John Martinez, fascists are not victims, they are monsters. Lady Badass, Sandy, find out who that reporter is. There's no way for me to know. Like, unless that reporter actually clipped it and posted it and had his name, like, there's no way to know. Hermit horologist, did Steve say they tried to get them to call the victims of totalitarian communism, but that wouldn't have fit the narrative? Abernathy is being such a brat right now. I don't know if you can hear him scratching at something, but what he's scratching at right now is not a big deal, so I'll let him do it if that keeps him distracted. But hopefully you guys aren't hearing it. Lady Badass, it's a good thing people who can get pregnant don't need to achieve orgasm to get pregnant, or he wouldn't have any kids. Okay, I was like, where is this going? I think I know what you mean right now. People welcome me back from my little thing. It's nice having a friend who's a neighbor who also has, they're good cooks. They can cook. I don't cook. I'm horrible, horrible at it. And so it's super sweet and nice when I get invited over for a big dinner, because then I get all the food I can eat and it tastes good and they do it right. Whereas if it was me, I would just put turkey in oven until burn with no seasoning. Because I don't know how to cook at all. I don't know what to use or anything. Hermit Orologist, I like Brittlestar. He's funny. He has a lot of really good stuff out there that I suggest people, go up on Twitter and probably TikTok and stuff and check out his content. But he makes like little skits and stuff, and they're all very professionally well done and stuff. And I wish I had the ability to make them look so good and clean. Hello, Jules T. Welcome to the Sandbox. And good for Gabby. MIDI Doctors, Trudeau is a media slut. Kinda, yeah. Also saying interviews of no purpose except self-promoting. Yeah, he's very good at playing to the media for the most part. And like, I can see he has that charisma, that charm, but since I see right through it, It looks so phony and fake and pathetic, but I can easily see how other people who are maybe just desperate for something, you know, a politician that they can have faith in, I can see how they would fall for his bullshit. Demand better Canada. The Liberals have benefited from first past the post distortion in most elections, which is why they are fine with such an undemocratic system. Like, I think there was even a clip of him literally saying something along the lines like, well, we won, so why would we change it? Maybe not. Like, that seems a little bit too on the nose. But the sentiment of it is true. Like, why would Justin Trudeau want to change it when that's what's kept the Liberals in power? Because even when you have something like a ranked choice option, the Liberals are actually more likely to win because they're the backups. So, like, the first choice for an NDPer might be, you know, the NDP, but then the second choice would be the Liberals. And the Conservatives, first choice Conservative, but then the second choice is the Liberals. So they're getting a disproportionate amount of the second choices, which then could help them and all that sort of stuff. I'd love to get someone from Fair Vote on just to talk about, you know, the different voting systems and what we need here. John Martinez, been cooking since I was 8 years old. Love preparing everything for others even more, especially hamburgers and tacos. Well, you live in California, I believe, so unfortunately I won't be able to know that firsthand. Because I'm such a bad cook, I regularly make myself sick from my own cooking. But luckily there's this, I treated myself with the good news of my housing situation. I decided to treat myself. And so I used to be borderline vegetarian, as in no processed meat or factory farmed food. And I managed that for quite a few years when I had an income that could support it. But luckily I live near a lot of farms. And so I can get like meat fresh from the farm where, you know, they respect the animals. They don't torture the animal to death and stuff of that sort. And there's this one place nearby that makes these delicious meat pies from local farms and stuff. And it's all handmade and stuff. And it's so good. And they're big. So it's like multiple meals for me. And so I got one of those. And that I can cook because I literally just push it into the oven, turn it to whatever temperature, and overcook it by about 20 minutes. And it's good. Yeah, no, I just never got it. And people are like, oh, but you can do a video, watch videos and stuff. No, it's just, it's not me. It's not my thing. It's not my forte. And I'm still wondering what I'm going to burn after I'm done this to have for dinner. I don't know if I've seen, so there's Demand Better Canada and Demand Better World, both in the Sandbox at the same time. Well, welcome. I'm not entirely sure I've seen either of you in the chat in the Sandbox before, so welcome. But why don't we get on to the last little bit of things, and then if I'm not too exhausted by the end of it, we can maybe go over some hurricane stuff, and I can explain to you why the millibar being so low is why this hurricane is so catastrophic. Something I've been following a lot on my channel, for those of you who know, is here in Ontario, there's a couple of landmarks that were very loved and near and dear to our hearts, and lots of people have lots of childhood memories from it, and they were a good place for families to go. And Doug Ford has completely and utterly destroyed them all to make money for his rich buddies. And two of the places in particular is the place called Ontario Place, which had a water park and all this wonderful stuff. The Cinesphere, which was a really massively large movie screen in a ball. The building was shaped like a ball, and inside was like a 3-story high movie screen. And festivals and stuff would be held there, and just lots of good childhood memories. And then, of course, they let it get into disrepair to the point that it was unusable, and then be like, we're just going to sell it off and close it off. And now, in that prime real estate on the lakeshore, they're going to make it into a spa, a foreign-owned spa with lots of parking, lots and lots of parking. And it's so ridiculous on so many levels because it's not going to be a tourist attraction. What spa is a tourist attraction? Like, it's just not a thing. And nobody wants this. You can poll pretty much anyone. Nobody wants this. This is completely his doing to line the pockets of his rich buddies, because nobody in Toronto, nobody in Ontario wants to see Ontario Place just utterly destroyed and a spa put up in its place. But he's pushing through it without any thought to the people and against everyone's wishes. And he's doing it, and he knows nobody wants it. He knows it's not popular. He knows it's not liked. So under the cover of dark, he had loggers go in and level a park. Over 800 mature trees leveled overnight. And this would be like part of Central Park in New York, just being leveled. Like, it was a place that people could go to in the city to get a little bit of greenery. There, it supported a whole bunch of wildlife. But under the cover of dark, he had it leveled. And as somebody who, you know, I love nature, I love going for walks, I feel an attachment to nature around me and everything. And, you know, I feel it in my soul. Seeing what happened hurt me so much inside, especially at a time when we need more green spaces, we need more parks, we need more protected areas. And to see all of these beautiful trees just chopped down for literally a fucking parking lot is devastating. So let's get into it. So this is from Jill Andrew. She's an NDP MPP, saying this is ecocide, pure and simple. Ford not only hasn't listened to the community on this, but he's bulldozed over necessary environmental assessments. No one wants this but Ford and his rich buddies. And guess who's on the hook with costs? You, us. We've got to stop this. So no public money was supposed to be put into this project. A hell of a lot of public money is getting put into this project. And this is from Chris Glover, who is also an NDP MP. MPP, so provincial level government. And I guess this is in his riding because he's been bringing a lot of attention to it. Trees are coming down at Ontario Place. This is absolutely shameful and a crime against future generations. This is a forest and public parkland in downtown Toronto being destroyed for a private mega spa. This destruction is being subsidized with $1.5 billion in tax dollars. So, like, Doug Ford wants to make an underground highway under a highway that will cost like $100 billion. He moved alcohol into stores a year early, which caused $1 billion. Now he wants to help build a mega spa to be a tourist attraction and spend $1.5 billion in tax money. He's got to get out of office. He's such a corrupt fucking asshole. I can't get over how much blatant corruption this man is doing. And yet he still is facing no political consequences for this. Like, not even that. He needs to be facing criminal consequences at this point, because what he is doing is just so blatantly corrupt that anyone with any sense can see what he's doing. And he is destroying things that can't be fixed. They can't be repaired. They can't come back. This is absolutely disgusting and devastating.
So we're down at Ontario Place. They're cutting down the trees here on the West Island. It's absolutely shameful what this government is doing. They started cutting the trees down in the dark of the night, because everything this government does, they do under cover of darkness. This is a crime against future generations. This was a forest in downtown Toronto with 190 bird species, with all kinds of wildlife. It was an opportunity. It was parkland for the people of Ontario. This is Ontario Place. It's meant to celebrate the ingenuity of Ontarians, like the IMAX movie technology, but instead it's being devastated to build an Austrian mega spa. And we, the taxpayers, are actually paying for this devastation and handing this mega spa $1.5 billion of our tax dollars. It's an absolute shameful act that is happening right here at Ontario Place. So we're down.
And this is Charlie Angus. He's a NDP MP. Ontario Place was built in an era when Conservative government believed that investment in public spaces for the enjoyment of people was fundamental to a good society. Doug Ford trashed one of Ontario's defining public spaces to build his buddies a fucking spa. And so that's the Cinesphere that I was talking about with the really large movie theater. And there we go. We're seeing the devastation there. All the trees cut down. Like more and more places where people go to just remember, like to have family quality time together, are being taken away. Like you're not going to go on a family vacation to a luxury mega spa. And this is Ontario Place for All. Unfortunately, there was a large amount of trees cut down last night. Ontario Place, West Island. This is what remains of Moose Hollow, once filled with trees meant to evoke the Algonquin. We're asking supporters to come down to West Island ramp entrance to bear witness. And just showing more of the trees being cut down here. In a map of the lands. So West Island, it's over here. In video version, you can see them chopping down trees. And somebody said, want to see the park destroyed in the night. So also Doug Ford can build a private spa. This is the West Island at Ontario Place. It was entirely cut down in almost 24 hours. It's not just shameful, it's atrocious. And these were pictures from people who used to be able to go to that park and enjoy nature. And this is more from Chris Glover, who I just showed. The Ford Conservatives have destroyed public forest and a park in order to give the valuable waterfront property to a private Austrian corporation to build a mega spa in a 95-year lease. So not only are they going to build a mega spa, they're going to have it for 95 years. The Conservatives really have this habit of privatizing things and putting leases on for almost 100 years. Like with the 407, when they sold it off, it was with a 99-year lease. It's a scene of devastation that 190 bird species, fox, mink, and beavers used to call home. And so here's a kind of like overhead satellite image of it. And you can see like all the green here just absolutely stripped away and made into rubble. And this, I don't know, there's just something that's so devastating about this video here. Distressed birds circling over what was their home. To do this close to winter, where are these animals going to go? Like, it's not like they can just relocate to another forest nearby. They're in the middle of a fucking city. Like, they can't just move over. They can't just find new habitat. So a lot of these animals are going to starve and die because there's nowhere else for them to go. Because again, they're in the middle of a city and their habitats that they have been preparing for winter are gone. And the thing is that there's like rules and legislation that Doug Ford completely ignored. There's the Migratory Bird Act. Like, if there's migratory birds in that area, you're not allowed to cut down those trees. But he just totally overrode all of these environmental controls and everything to cut down this forest. He was so eager to destroy this. Like, he passed MZOs, which I was going to get more into, but I'll leave for another day. I forget, ministerial zoning orders, where it actually allows the government to supersede municipalities and government regulation over environmental requirements and stuff like that. And so there's no way he should have been allowed to do this. Like, it's basically illegal, except for the little loophole legislation that he put through to force it to be legal for him. But it's so sickening. Like, this strikes me at a visceral level because of how much, like, I'm attached to nature and I love nature. Just seeing this gone. And again, doing it under the cover of darkness, he knows it's not popular. He knows people don't want it done. But he'd rather go against the wishes of all the people in Ontario just to satisfy his rich buddies. It is so fucking disgusting. And so opposition parties promised to cancel Ontario Place lease even with high costs. And this is from Global News.
Opponents to the redevelopment of Ontario Place have been dreading the day trees would begin coming down on the West Island, and that moment has now come. Infrastructure Ontario says in order to support construction and build up the shoreline, the trees have to go.
Your trees, Ontario!
Despite the province's assurance it will replace the trees, protesters aren't happy with how this played out.
Under cover of darkness, this government started hacking down 850 trees, mature trees at Ontario Place. It's a terrible result for Ontario Place, and it's all going to be replaced by a giant mega spa that nobody wants.
The mayor also appearing to be caught off guard by the news the trees were being cut.
I've spent many evenings watching the sunset among all the beautiful trees, willow trees, and a number of very different species in there. It's sad. I've always said that Ontario Place should be a park.
The activity began ahead of an update about the lease between the province and...
Look at that. All of that is now just a gravel pit.
The lease between the province and Therma Canada, which is building the spa and water park. Here are the details. It's a 95-year lease which can't be transferred to another entity without provincial approval, but it can be terminated in 15 years, but only if the province notifies Therma after its first decade of operations. Therma will also be tasked with paying maintenance and upkeep costs, along with performance rent, and the province is estimating revenue of $2 billion over the lifetime of the lease. As part of the deal, the province has to provide 1,600 parking spaces within 650 meters of the facility. In the event the spaces aren't provided when Therma opens, the province will have to pay $5 for every missing space per day. As of now,
most people in Toronto wish they could get parking rates.
The province still can't say where the parking lot will go or what form it will take. There has been a lot of concern, however, especially since the Ford government began musing about the cost of an underground parking lot, saying that it was looking at an above-ground lot. As of now, though, the city and provincial officials are still in talks over where that could end up.
Having an underground parking lot in that area, considering the amount of flooding that has happened in that area over the last little while, not a good idea. Just a little bit more from the article, and then there's another article I also want to touch on that has a little bit more information. So let's see, that was in there. Oh, the agreement also showed that the province could cancel its deal with Therma for $30 million before the company took over land from the government. So right now, this can be canceled for $30 million. They need to do it. They need to do it because that's far, far, far cheaper than what it's going to cost the province if they go through with this. And they're not going to recoup the money that they say they're going to. This isn't going to be some beautiful landmark that they can go to that people will celebrate. It's a fucking spa. Once Therma is in control of the waterfront land, any government would only be able to cancel the lease 10 years into the Therma's operations and with 5 years notice. So we got that. But here's the important thing, is right now it can be canceled. It needs to be canceled. We need to put pressure on him so that it can be canceled. So here, despite the high cost of cutting Therma loose, the Ontario Liberals, NDP, and Greens all say that that's what they would do if any of them form government. The Ontario NDP confirmed to Global News it would cancel the agreement with Therma if it, adding Doug Ford has negotiated a great deal for Therma and a terrible deal for the people of Ontario. An Ontario NDP government will make sure the Ontario Place redevelopment is in the public interest and invests in hospitals, schools, roads instead of Ford luxury spa. A spokesperson for the Ontario Liberals called the deal a mega scam and said that if they were to win the next election, they would both investigate and cancel the plan. It is a bad deal that was only ever signed to give big payoffs to Doug Ford's friends, they said. We would do our due diligence, but as Premier Bonnie Crombie would do anything possible to kill this sketchy deal and do better for Ontario. Ontario Green Party leader Mike Schreiner said he would try to cancel the deal before construction begins. It is not yet clear when that would happen, but Therma officials said last week they wanted to start as soon as the site is ready. Ontario Greens would cancel the contract with Therma prior to the initial site construction, Schreiner said in a statement to Global News. Ford's deal is all about helping Therma and not about helping Ontarians. We need to get out of it before hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars have been funneled down the drain. The Ford government, on the other hand, stood squarely behind its deal when it revealed the terms of the lease. Our government is proud to have Therma Canada as a development partner on this once-in-a-generation project, Kinga Surma, Minister of Infrastructure, said in a statement on Thursday. Therma Canada will deliver family-friendly entertainment and recreational activities at Ontario Place. Once complete, Ontario Place will have more than 50 acres of free public parks, beaches, green spaces, in addition to Therma Canada's wellness service and water park. Fucking wellness spa. So just somebody pointing out, Tom Parkin here saying, Ford can cancel our rights and freedoms with the notwithstanding, but we can't cancel a commercial contract entered into by deception. The people should be able to do something about this. You know, the people of this province should be able to have say when our national landmarks, when our monuments are torn down to make some rich people richer. But here's an opinion piece. Where'd it go? There we go. Opinion in TVO today. Opinion, the Ontario Place Spa is costly extravagance, will be subsidizing forever. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you guys can look it up if you want. But I wanted to get over to part of it. So, to put it another way, the government plans to build 2,500 parking spaces on Ontario Place, substantially more than required by the terms of the lease. But hey, this government is nothing if not solicitous. Yeah, I know the word, I just can't think of it right now. To motorists, we know from Auditor General's investigation into the closure of Ontario Science Centre that the government received rough estimate indicating this would cost something like $300 million. This is astonishingly more than the $200 million the private sector is being asked to contribute to the non-spa parts of the public space, meaning that even taking the government's own economic benefits at face value, it will be 15 years or 1/6 of the total lease term before revenues from Therma represent a real surplus to the Treasury. Technically, there will be other revenues coming from a renewed Ontario Place, including Live Nation performance venue, but that need for parking seems to be driven largely by Therma-related considerations. Even if the eventual parking solution is built for less than $300 million, the net return to the provincial treasury would still look pathetic. 95 years is really long time, and even mediocre financial investment to do substantially better over that time frame than the government is projecting. We're talking about a large upfront expenditure from the public purse, one that will overwhelmingly benefit a single private corporation, and that will be recouped, if at all. That will I think, not be recouped, if at all, one pittance at a time. Oh, will be recouped, if at all, one pittance at a time. For waterfront real estate in Toronto, this is a terrible performance. And that's if we take the government's revenue projections at face value. Those projections rely ultimately on visitor traffic projections that are difficult to take seriously. Infrastructure Ontario says it expects that renewed Ontario Place will see 6 million visitors annually. Reminder, there's only about 14 million people in Ontario. Canada's Wonderland just got under 4 million in 2019, last pre-COVID year, and substantially more comprehensive entertainment venue that's been marketing itself in the GTA for decades. I love Canada's Wonderland. It's an amusement park. I used to get a season's pass there, and I would just go there to see the shows, wait long times to go on the rides and stuff, but when you had a season's pass, it didn't matter so much. I absolutely love Canada's Wonderland, and it is crowded when I go. To think that somehow Doug Ford imagines that a wellness mega spa is going to get 2 million more visitors than Canada's Wonderland is ludicrous. Like, absolutely ludicrous. Oh, yeah, their Halloween thing might be on right now. They do like these haunted mazes and stuff in October on the weekends before they close for the season. Might be fun to go to if they're doing it this year. Pre-COVID, it was always a thing. But, Canada's Wonderland is like one of the attractions in Ontario, and it is super popular, super crowded all the freaking time. And I want to go there again now that I'm thinking about it because I love that place so much. Having a bit of a tickle in my throat. But to think that this spa is going to get 2 million more people than Canada's Wonderland is just so absolutely inconceivably possible. Heck, the Eiffel Tower claims 7 million visitors a year, and that's a historic landmark in a city people visit from around the world. The idea that one specific outpost of a spa chain will generate that kind of traffic at the absolute minimum, a case in which the public should demand the government show its work more thoroughly. If those visitors fail to materialize and the spa goes into financial distress, what then? In theory, a cold calculating government could say tough luck, the rent is still due, come what may. In practice, that's not how Ontario works historically. When rosy projections turn out wrong, the province sticks to its guns and eventually tortures either the data or cash flows to salvage its dignity. So, yeah, people can go and read the rest of this, but this is such a corrupted bullshit scheme. And those 800 trees, they can't just be replaced. The dens, the nests, the places where all those animals were living can't just be replaced. All of it for a fucking spa that won't get a quarter of the projection that they think they're going to get. So disgusting. And here is again from Chris Glover, a grain of truth in one of Ford's most dishonest Q&As about Ontario Place and the Ontario Science Centre. Ford admits taxpayer payouts to Therma and Live Nation will top $1.5 billion.
Your government is planning to build a 3-story underground parking garage at Ontario Place, right where we saw massive flooding on the lakeshore last week. Is your government reconsidering that plan in the wake of this storm, and how would you flood-proof it if you are going to build?
Yeah, great question. What we're looking at, we haven't confirmed the 3 underground parking spaces because it costs so much to build underground. We'd like to build as much on top without prohibiting the view. But do you know what Ontario Place is going to be? It's going to be world-class. Mark my words, it'll be the #1 tourist attraction in all of Canada. So CN Tower has about 1.2 million people. Let's all agree that's a pretty good tourist attraction. But with Live Nation, with the bands going, state-of-the-art.
This is not going to be the #1 tourist attraction in the country. Like, my God, what is wrong with this man?
We have the water park there, and still...
Yeah, I'm going to travel to Canada. I was thinking of going to like Banff National Park and the Rocky Mountains and seeing all of that. But you know what? There's this spa in Ontario I've been hearing a lot about. So why don't we rearrange our plans so that we can go there instead?
There's a whole part of Ontario Place that hasn't been developed. Once they see it, people, their jaws will drop. And more
Our jaws dropped, not for the reasons he would want.
and more tourists will come there. And we're doing that with the Ontario Science Centre as well. We're building a brand spanking new, state-of-the-art, more exhibit space in the right location, not in a sleepy little neighborhood in the suburbs that no one goes to, but this is where all the action is, where the soccer is and the stadium and Live Nation, the exhibition. So it's just common sense. Like, it's just a no-brainer. I always say, only in Toronto would a government come up and say, we're going to invest $1.5 billion, making a world-class destination, science.
He just said $1.5 billion. Invest $1.5 billion. The government. Public money there.
Center in Ontario Place, and you get a small percentage because it is small overall. They make a lot of noise. We don't want it. We want to stay antiquated. We want an old wrecked down Ontario.
He could have kept Ontario Place built up to code and kept it nice and renovated and stuff. Same with the Science Center, another, landmark that has so many good family members, like family memories from, places where people could go, school trips, all that sort of stuff, that he also just allowed to go into such disrepair that it's like, nah, instead of actually fixing that, which would be far cheaper, we're going to move it to a temporary location and then move it to where the new Ontario Place is. And it's not going to be nearly as good or as big. And it was nice, not having an attraction in the middle of the fucking city so that people could actually get to it easier. But nope, we're just going to put all this together despite nobody wanting this. What we wanted was the upkeep of the actual places that were already there.
Place that no one's touched in 10 years and no one uses.
Yeah. No one's touched in 10 years. Why? Because he hasn't done anything with it.
We have an old building, 55 years old, with a lot of problems throughout the whole building. And we're saying we're going to build something brand spanking new. We know it's right. People know it's right. And it'll be the #1 attraction out there. So stay tuned on the parking lot. We're working with the city as well. Maybe we'll put it on the other side. But it's
And talking about the Science Center, so this is from Colin DeMello. New, roughly 1 in 12 Ontario schools have the same roof panels that force the closure of the Ontario Science Centre, according to internal government docs, but the boards are being offered no specific funding to manage the cost of the replacement and repair. So some roof panels that eventually needed to be replaced on the Science Centre was the excuse the Doug Ford government used to just shut it down and have people lose their jobs. And again, this amazing structure that we had, instead of like improving it and modernizing it, nope, we're just going to get rid of it. We're going to destroy it and make it into something that nobody, move the Science Center to a place nobody wanted. What we wanted was the current place to be kept up to code. And so Merritt Stiles, the leader of the Ontario NDP, says, let me get this straight. The same roof panels that shut down the Science Centre are in 8% of our schools, but they aren't given the budget to fix them. If it wasn't safe at the Science Centre, then it's not safe for kids in their schools either. Parents deserve to know their children are learning in safe classrooms. It's unacceptable that this government is dragging its feet on such serious issues. We need to do better. And even though it wasn't a serious issue at Ontario Place to get those roof panels replaced, this just goes more to show to the disrepair and the backlog of repairs needed in public schools in this province, and how much underfunding this government has yet again done for public education. It's disgusting that, kids have to go to school, and schools that are literally falling apart. So schools with no roof panels that shut down Ontario Science Centre, no budget to replace them. Roughly 1 in 12, and this is from Global News, roughly 1 in 12 schools in Ontario have the same roof panels. Okay, we know that. Despite that, internal government briefings prepared for the Minister of Education show the province hasn't opened any new funding streams for school boards and trustees to fix their buildings and remove the problematic panels. Minister of Education documents obtained by Global News using Freedom of Information laws say RAAC is weaker than traditional concrete and lay out that the province is working with boards to ensure mitigation plans are in place. The documents admit, however, that even with the apparent gravity of the discovery, this issue has not been accounted to date and renewal needs. Ontario NDP education critic Chandra Phasma said the fact that the province isn't urgently addressing RAAC in 8% of the schools suggests the issue may not be as urgent as officials said when they closed the Ontario Science Centre. So yeah, people can finish reading that if you like. And again, this corruption is known. The amount of corruption in this man is known, and he gets away with it. He needs to be held criminally responsible for what he's doing and put behind bars. He needs to lose all of his wealth. He needs to sell off his mega cottage that he just made from the salary of a premier of a province, being able to afford to make a mega college next to his already luxury cottage. But here, every person in Ontario, and this is from Adam, every person in Ontario needs to listen to the province's Auditor General in this video. It's corruption in plain sight. Doug Ford is making his friends $8.3 billion richer while reneging his promise to protect our Greenbelt, one of Ontario's greatest natural assets. So another scandal, the Greenbelt scandal, where again, he was selling off precious, pristine land to be developed over to make rich people richer. And it was a scandal, and it has been investigated. So this is from Amir Khan. Auditor General Bonnie Liskis says Premier Doug Ford's plan for the Greenbelt was biased, truncated, lacking expertise across different ministries, and select developers had access to Housing Minister's Chief of Staff.
To amend the Greenbelt boundary in 2022 raises serious concerns about the exercise used, the way in which standard information gathering and decision-making protocols were sidelined or abandoned, and how changes to the Greenbelt boundaries were unnecessarily rushed through. In essence, rather than allow the Housing Ministry's non-political public service staff to conduct a comprehensive process with expert review to identify and select lands for possible removal from the Greenbelt, the government assigned responsibility for this important assignment to political staff. The Housing Minister's Chief of Staff, who led and controlled a truncated, highly restricted selection exercise for the removal of lands from the Greenbelt. This selection exercise effectively excluded substantive input from many subject matter experts in the Housing Ministry and other ministries and municipalities, First Nation leaders, and the public. More troubling still, the process was biased in favor of certain developers and landowners who had timely access to the Housing Minister's Chief of Staff. Owners of the 15 land sites removed from the Greenbelt could ultimately see more than a collective $8.3 billion increase to
just blatant corruption. According to Bonnie, Explosive Greenbelt Scandal Report, it wasn't just members of that Greenbelt project team that were made to sign secret NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, but literally anybody who had anything to do with the Greenbelt. 93 secret NDAs were signed. So here he actually made sure that people involved with this project signed NDAs. Government officials and people involved with this project were to sign NDAs. And the reason why this particular thing is being brought up right now is Doug Ford is also doing another land grab here, taking away farmland, again, for developers, and he made people sign NDAs for it. And so this is from MPP Catherine Fife. Chair Karen Redmond told CTV News, CTV Kitchener, Doug Ford blocked Region of Waterloo from being transparent about the Wilmot Land Assembly. This week, Ford told Fight for Farmland, I don't know what all the secrecy was going on. I couldn't figure it out. But he had people, he went around the city. He had people sign NDAs for yet another land grab of wonderful, great farmland that is nearby where I live. That is just horrible. This man needs to be out of office now, and he needs to be behind bars. Just absolutely disgusting human being. And that's all my clips. Got through all the things I wanted to get through. Okay, let's check the Sandbox. It's only 10 o'clock. Good gosh. It's 4 hours. 4 hours. I'm not doing a 5-hour long live stream. I need to eat dinner and stuff. But if people want, I can quickly tell you what the millibar things with the hurricane is. Let's just see if there's any updated videos or news that we can watch on it. Let's see. Oh, here's one from the Weather Network. They're usually pretty good.
Hurricane Milton continues to evolve as it went through an eyewall replacement cycle late Monday and through Tuesday, which weakened it temporarily to a Cat 4, but it has since regained strength and is now back at Category 5 status, with wind speeds getting upwards of 270 kilometers an hour and a very low pressure of 905 millibars. Now, I mentioned it weakened temporarily overnight Monday to a Cat 4, but it went through a bit of a wobble and then regained strength, bringing it back up to Cat 5 by 5 p.m. on Tuesday. Now, where will it go? Well, we are anticipating a bit of another weakening pattern before it makes landfall as a likely major hurricane in the Tampa Bay area. This is bringing catastrophic and life-threatening storm surge to the Tampa Bay area, St. Petersburg, Sarasota, getting upwards of 4.5 meters. Now, when we saw Helene pass through, we only got upwards of about 2.53 meters of storm surge, bringing water up to a one-story level house. But now, we are forecasting it could reach into the second story. This is going to be extremely catastrophic, including for high rises. When we talk wind gusts, this is going to be basically a direct impact over the central west coast of Florida, which is going to be detrimental to a lot of the high-rise buildings and all the debris that is still littered from Hurricane Helene. Now, as this continues along its track, we will be expecting the wind field to expand, meaning more and stronger wind gusts for people outside of the cone of uncertainty.
Hurricane Helene.
And then Majority Report featured it, and I watched it online. Just a meteorologist basically breaking down in tears about this.
It has dropped. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific. Maximum sustained winds are 160 miles per hour, and it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds, the seas are just so incredibly hot, record hot, as you might imagine. You know what's driving that. I don't need to tell you. Global warming, climate change, leading to this and becoming an increasing threat for the Yucatan, including Merida and Progreso and other areas there. Let's see if I can show you the latest. There's the Cat 5 information. Winds 160 miles per hour.
So here, right there's the millibar, MB, the millibar. It should be around 1,000 at sea level. That's normal. And so dropping this low, it's one of the lowest that they've seen in an Atlantic hurricane. Like, it's record breaking, absolutely record breaking how low this gets. And I'll explain a little bit about that after these videos.
Moving east-southeast at 9 miles per hour. And on that track, you're going to notice that this system is going to come very close to the Yucatan. And the dirty side of this hurricane, folks, is on the right-hand side of its progress. So therefore, they're going to get the dirty side there. These communities, many of them, as you might imagine, Many folks, in that area have just the very basics, nothing else but that. So it's going to be very tough. Now let's transition to Florida because even though it is expected to weaken on approach, it is so incredibly strong right now that you're going to find it very difficult for it to be nothing less than a major hurricane when it makes landfall in Florida.
Let's see.
We turn now to a major story developing in the U.S.
This was just an hour ago.
People in Florida are being warned tonight that Hurricane Milton is a life or death storm. The massive hurricane is roaring across the Gulf of Mexico towards Florida right now, with millions of people scrambling to get to safety. Al Sweeney is following the story tonight and joins us live with the latest. Good evening, Al.
Hi there, Emily. Well, two significant features of this hurricane. It's expected to be huge when it hits land, and it's approaching as Florida is still cleaning up from Hurricane Helene, making things a lot worse. After slamming into Mexico with floods and high winds, Milton is a Category 5 hurricane, expected to hit the Florida coast tomorrow night or Thursday morning.
Yeah, so I'm just seeing another tile off to the side saying that it is again re-strengthened to a Category 5 storm ahead of landfall in Florida. Let's see this.
The storm is so powerful, a crew of hurricane hunters got a rough ride when they flew in for a look. On land in Florida, people are preparing for winds of around 300 kilometers an hour, as much as a foot of rain, and a storm surge of up to 15 feet in low-lying areas.
If you're in the surge area, and that's 10 to 15 feet of storm surge that you could potentially see, it's if not impossible, difficult if not impossible to survive that.
I've directed my team to do everything they can to save lives and help communities before, during, and after this hurricane.
Millions of people have been told to evacuate, with warnings from the president down to local mayors about what could be the worst storm in 100 years for some areas.
If you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
I'll reemphasize in the strongest terms possible. This is an incredibly powerful storm, and we all need to take it seriously.
The storm's growth was overwhelming for meteorologist John Morales.
It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours.
We saw that.
Right now, forecasters can't say exactly where the center of the hurricane will hit, but they're predicting flooding along almost all of Florida's Gulf Coast. And Milton is looming just 2 weeks after the devastation of Hurricane Helene, with debris piled up on the streets.
We hauled close to 100 tons of debris just yesterday alone.
If the winds come, those things are going to become projectiles. They're going to go through windows. They're going to go through, whatever cars are left.
David Sheen is a former first responder who's just back home in Hamilton after a hurricane cleanup around his home in Clearwater near Tampa.
Structures have been weakened by the first hurricane. But in our community, our danger was more from water, not from the winds. This time, it looks like we're going to be more impacted by the winds. And they always say that, you can hide from the winds, but you should run from the water.
As a former fire chief and emergency responder, he's echoing the urgency of leaving the area for anyone thinking of riding out the storm.
I think they're being very foolhardy.
Okay. So about the millibar pressure being so low. So what it is in the eye, the way that the air is being sucked up and things of that sort, it can actually really lower the pressure. And so millibar is like the pressure per square meter calculation, something of that sort. And so what happens when you lower the pressure on such a large chunk of ocean, it does this. It bulges. And so you have this bulge of water. So this water that, the atmospheric pressure isn't as pushing it down as much. So it bulges up and then moves. So it's actually in a way making the sea level higher. in the eye of the hurricane. And if you combine that with something like high tide and stuff too, it can become catastrophic. So the lower the millibar drops, the less pressure it is. So then the higher the water kind of expands upward. Not to mention that we're talking about ocean water that is exceedingly warm, like uncommonly, unnaturally warm. And what happens with warm water? That also expands. And so you have the extremely low low pressure with the really high water. So you have low pressure letting it expand and the temperature of it letting it expand, which means you have this massive mountain of water moving towards Florida right now, because the wind speeds, yes, they're damaging, and they call it Category 5 based on the wind speeds. Those, well, a concern aren't the big concern. The big concern is always water. So you're looking at what the landfall surge will be, also the combined rainfall and flooding, because one hurricane, trying to remember which one it was. It wasn't Katrina, it was another one in that area, where part of the reason why it was so devastating was because it stalled. The actual hurricane stalled over top, which dumped so much more rain on it. And then that water led to flooding and things of that sort. And that's where the bulk of the deaths happen. And so, yeah, when this makes landfall, wow. Like that storm surge is 3 times taller than me, easily. Like it's just, But that's that on that. So if people were wondering what the millibars were, yeah, it's just basically downward pressure is being lowered, and it's record-breaking low right now. Record-breaking low. Anyway, check the Sandbox, and then we'll see about winding down. Oh, John Martinez. I was born and raised in California, moved to Washington in my early 20s, and spent 15 years there before moving to Idaho in 2020. I don't even really, I can't think of where Idaho is off the top of my head. Also saying, yeah, I love New York. I was planning on moving to South Bronx last year, but didn't want to have to start over again. So all I do now is work, save, and travel, hoping to visit BC and Ontario. Well, there's going to be a new mega spa that you can check out, huh? Check out that mega spa, get pampered, lie on a couch and look up at trees. That's an actual video that is circulating about the promotional video, where you're lying down on these circle couches or something like that, and you're looking up at trees, videos of trees, as opposed to, the real trees that they cut down. John Martinez, Ontario to catch a Blue Jays game. Oh, so that's why you would come to Ontario. Not for the mega spa, but for a Blue Jays game. Not that they've ever won a playoff in since the 90s. Some people calling it quits for the night, which I'm about to. It jumped. Where did it go? Oh, demand better world. Sorry, I switched so I can like the stream a second time and I forgot to switch. LOL. Well, thank you for liking it twice, demand better. Because I guess you were the same account that I was mentioning before. I appreciate that. Yeah, demand better Canada and demand better world. see. You see, when it jumps down to the bottom, I then scroll back up, but then I usually overdo it again. People saying goodnight to Bad Lefty. Good night, though you're not watching this part right now. John Martinez, there's nothing right about wasteful spending. Doug Ford is an idiot. That he is. Looney Tunes 9000, this is so fucked up. Yep. Looney Tunes 9000, Florida is totally fucked. Ron, this sleep will hide in his cave while his people suffer. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Like, even if his mansion were to be destroyed, he has others he can go to. He's going to be fine. He can flee the area. Other people who have limited means and nowhere to go, what are they going to do? Fire? I'm not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Do they have insurance? A lot of the people who live with poverty won't tend to have insurance. As I usually say, the people with the least suffer the most. Because they can't afford it. Also, insurance companies are starting to flee areas like Florida because it's not cost effective for them to stay there. So there will be a lot of people who can't get insurance or can't get insurance. Like, they'll get insurance for other things, but then it won't cover something like a natural disaster. Good for Gabby. I had an ex named Milton. Checks out. Looney Tunes, I am not going another hour. Maybe my Halloween stream will go 5 hours. Let's see. Just want to remind people about this. So far, nobody has even guessed which one of these books is mine. My book that I wrote for the Derby is on this list, and nobody has even guessed which one is mine. Nobody has bought it. My friend who's involved with this is like, oh yeah, it's not a problem. There's people on here who buy everyone's book, you know, people who participate with this, the people who started this and stuff, that, oh yeah, they make sure like everyone's book is bought. It's like, I guess I'm the exception. Or maybe my beta reader was part of the in group, and they hated my book so much they recommended people not buy it or something. Because according to the beta reader, my book was unreadable. But it is on this list. And at the end of the month, I don't know, depending on how I feel, I can tell people which one is mine. But it'd be nice to see somebody at least guess. I can't confirm or deny it, but I'd be interested to see people guess. But yes, good for Gabby. I am planning on a Halloween stream. I did one last year too, where it's just more fun. It's not so much talks of politics and things of that sort. You know, maybe watch a Eamon video or something of that sort, which I love his videos. They're so great. Talk about horror movies and whatnot, and horror books, because I like horror in general, the genre, reading. But I also have something that I'm hoping I can kind of have ready and done by then. A little special treat. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and so if people can do the stuff, we'll do the stuff. We'll do the stuff. So I've renamed my tiers for Left of the Box because I used to have like one coffee, it's a wrap, dinner out, and those were the 3 tiers that I had, but those were all made pre-COVID. Or during COVID, because I started my channel during COVID. And like the dinner out was like, oh, of course, like in the description, of course, I mean like after COVID when it's safe to go to restaurants and stuff like that. I didn't think that would never end. So I decided to rename the tiers. So there's Trinket Box, which is $3. There is Gift Box, which is $10, and Jack in the Box, $25 per month. And that's Canadian currency there. And so for the Jack in the Box, the $25 a month, as it might suggest, every now and then there's going to be a surprise for the people at the Jack in the Box tier level. But I appreciate anyone who can sign up to become a patron, because I've been, you know, not everyone can keep up with it, so I've been losing more than I've been gaining over the last while. And it is the best way to consistently support my channel. So that's, again, only if you can. Like, that's the thing. I know most of you out there who support my content are also in some situations similar to mine where you would love to be able to help financially, but you simply don't have the money to, and I completely understand that. But other ways you can help that don't require money is to like, share the stream, promote me to other leftist content creators to see if I can get onto their shows or if they'd be interested in doing collaborations with me. Comment on all the videos. There's still a few videos where I'm trying to get them over 100 views just to help in the algorithms. One of them is a short. So if everyone after this can just go to my YouTube page and click on the shorts, the last short I uploaded only has about 80 views. So if everyone can watch it, it's a short. It's under a minute. And I actually thought that one would do a lot better, just given the clickbaity title. I don't know when my next live stream will be, though. I have some things that I want to do to kind of get ready. Oh, I did the wrong one down here, didn't I? This one. There we go. Oh, though, if you can, please help with Frodo's vet bills. You can do that by the PayPal link in the description box below, or if you're Canadian, e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. All the money I receive from that goes specifically towards vet bills. But, oh, good for Gabby loves horror. Good. John Martinez, I'll be Cholo like I am every year for Halloween, Day of the Dead. It's a tribute to my people who fall victim to colonialism. I would like to see pictures of that. I don't know if you're on Twitter. John Martinez, so that means when I post a super chat, you get more money? Shoot, I'll super chat you when I can. I appreciate your content. Well, thank you, John. Yes, so super chats help because it gives me more money. But YouTube does take a chunk of it. So, like, the best way is if you're Canadian, e-transfer, because then there's no deductions at all whatsoever. And PayPal is less of a deduction as well. Same with Patreon is less of a deduction. However, when you do a super chat, it also helps my videos get out in the algorithm because it's showing YouTube that I'm having content that people are very interested in enough that they would want to give a super chat to. So, you know, here or there, it doesn't matter how you contribute. Every way helps and every little bit helps. So, but, you know, the most consistent way, plus there's the Amazon wish list in the description box below, which is super handy. I'm looking through some stuff to see things that I need for my apartment that can go there, but anything from that list helps a great deal. And I know a lot of the things on there are wishful thinking, hence the name wish list, I guess. Like a camera, 2 types of camera. One is like a video camera, and the other one is like a new photography camera, because the lens on my old camera doesn't work anymore, and it's driving me crazy because I like to do photography. And the cost difference between getting a whole new camera set up and getting a single lens, it's like the ink and the printer thing, you know. It's more cost convenient to just get a new printer than it is to get new ink sometimes. But there's things of all different ranges, some things just to make me smile, and some things to help with my cats. And I'll probably be adding things on for my apartment when I find them. I did add bookshelves briefly until I saw the price difference between what's on Amazon and what the cheap ones from Walmart that I already have are. So, rate of exchange is what I meant to say. Oh, John Martinez, if you were to give me 25 American, that's far better than 25 Canadian. When I was working at Rebel HQ, that's something that I loved, seeing the paycheck, because it's like, this looks good now, wait till I deposit it, because the exchange is it usually sits around 80 cents to the dollar, I think. So 80 cents American is $1 Canadian. And so it works in my direction. It wouldn't work so much in the other direction. If I wanted to give 20 American dollars to somebody, then that's like $22 Canadian or something like that. But yeah, again, the checks that I used to get from Rebel HQ, knowing that it's like, this is going to be bigger when I deposit it, it's kind of nice. But and that's the thing with PayPal, because when I get paid out from Patreon, it actually goes to the PayPal and then gets transferred, and that's all done in American dollars. So I usually get a bit more than what I initially see, but it's been dropping every month. So any support is beneficial. And John Martinez, I believe 20 US is 27 Canadian right now. Let's see. I'm curious now. That's weird. Normally Google just shows me the place where you can type it in. Ah, it's bugging me. Oh, there we go. Just wasn't showing up on my phone. Oh, yeah, you're right. About 27. So, let's see. So 1 Canadian dollar is 73 American cents right now. I'm not going in there our Looney Tunes. Oh, yeah, so I really liked getting those American checks. Or when Americans thinking that you're just giving me $50, you're actually giving me a lot more than that. Although I'm fairly certain what I could buy for $50 Canadian up here is roughly the same for what I could buy for $50 down in the United States. That's one thing I've noticed when I traveled, like things in American dollars cost the same as what they would be in Canadian dollars, but given the exchange rate, we're paying more up here. But yeah, so I don't know when my next live stream will be. I'm working on a few things, as always. One of those things I'm working on. Is this image here? Where I want to make this into a video with people reading out the names of all the different, so these are all the different residential schools, which I found a source for and actually copied and pasted them into the editing program and placed them and did double checks to make sure I wasn't duplicating any, but basically there was 140 official residential schools. There's probably more than that, unofficial and stuff of that sort, and they're all there. So, like, I can make them disappear very slowly, one by one, this way. And so I was thinking of starting off with like none of the names visible except for the top 3, which I should probably put Brandon back then. And then they're in alphabetical order, so then just have people read out all the names, because I don't think I've actually seen like a memorial like that just kind of acknowledges like these are all the different residential schools. And just the tip of the iceberg, because all of these schools will have deaths that weren't accounted for. But yeah, you guys get the point. Anyway. But yeah. I can tell looking at the OBS screen right now and how my makeup is looking a lot darker and stuff, and my hair is looking a lot less crunchy and stuff. I've been at this for a while. So, I guess stay tuned. So, until next time. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.